Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Welcome. Thank you for hopping in over here. Sorry, I'm doing this today. Now, our first trial, second hearing. We've been hopping all over the place. And guess what? Baker's still on the stand. Thank you, Jerry. Well, hey, Haley Mouse. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, sweet Magnolia. Dave, one sunny day. I can't do anymore. It hurts. Wow. That woke me up. Oh. No straw. Needing water, not Dr. Pepper. What did you also? Did it teleport you? I like it when it teleports. You just go, zoom, and there you are. Yay. I appreciate that. I'm excited for the space shuttle or the astronauts returning. I think it's so cool. And it's such a miracle every time. Earthquake rocks Northern California. Just FYI. You're in Oklahoma. You got 300 homes and structures just destroyed to fire. This guy in Texas decided to burn his trash. And he got fined and sentenced 180 days in jail. Yep. Oh my gosh, y'all. Breaking. Hold on. Let me get it.
Breaking news.
Come on, get the volume.
And burst into flames. But the true magnitude of the situation would only become known in the weeks and months to follow. The 150-car freight train operated by Norfolk.
Never mind. Not the same. Thought it just happened. I hate it when it looks like it just happened and then you click on it and then you find out it didn't. Did that wake you up? Here we go. That's my wake up. If you're sleeping and I know it,
Excuse me. I hate coughing in your ear. No, that was Oklahoma. This will be interesting. First hurricane coming in the Atlantic. Y'all need to be prepared and ready in Florida and up on the coast. Oh, let me do this. Maybe starting. Nope, not lucky. Oh. Whoa. What was that? Oh, really, Gerald? You want me to wake you up like that? Are you kidding? No, I won't do that. I wouldn't do that. I'm glad. Thank you, babe. I get a few moments of like, oh, I'm coming, doing a little improvement, and then June. Oh. Ew. I don't know why. I guess, hey, Gerald, is my computer listening to me? Because things are popping up that I've not searched for. And I've talked about it, but I haven't searched for it. Just curious, does it true? Do they really listen to you? Oh gosh, here we go. Monica Sementilli.
Has a medical appointment. We will recess at 3.
Say that again. What was that?
Before we start, let me give you some updates. One, today, because of one of the lawyers has a medical appointment, we will recess at 3:15.
Okay.
Next, it does appear that we are going to not finish this week, but not go too much longer. Again, I told you I have an issue that's next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And I apologize again to you for that. This is something I can't change. There are others, you certainly have schedules, issues. We're going to take that into consideration. But I'm hoping, I'm just hoping that everything will be far done, everything, before your trip. So, I told you I've been, you've been a great jury, and I know this is a hardship, and I apologize. But we're almost done. We're almost done. With that in mind, Mr. Baker, you're still under oath, and people may continue.
Let's see if they ask the name of the victim and see if he'll fly out of there today. He all but did yesterday and the day before.
When we left off yesterday, Mr. Baker, you had just started to tell us another version of the story about how you turned off the power to the house in order to get Fabio Sementilli to do something.
Sustained.
Why is it that you turned off power to the house?
To get him to come to get off the patio, turn off his TV.
Okay. And so you turned off the power to the house because you thought he would get up and turn off his TV?
Yes.
How would turning off the power get him to come turn off the TV?
If it were me, I would go to the fuse box.
I see. So when did you do this now?
That same day.
Yeah, at what point in time?
I don't know. I don't have a time. When that time I was there,
Obviously, but at what point?
I don't know what you're
As soon as
talking-
you walked into the house, at the end, before you left, at what point did you turn off power to the house?
somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle. Yes?
Yes.
So that means you were in the house for a period of time before you did so, correct?
Yes.
So how did you know where the fuse box was?
Most places and most houses is usually in the garage.
Okay. So you went into the garage and searched around for the fuse box,
Yes.
and then you turned off the power, and what did you do next?
I waited to see if he would come in the kitchen.
And did he?
No.
So what did you do?
I waited and watched him.
And then what happened?
And then I waited for him to not see the kitchen, and went ahead and went forward.
Okay. When the police arrived on scene, the television was still on.
It's probably why he didn't get up.
So did you, how long did you wait for him inside the house?
I don't know. I didn't keep a running time frame in my head.
But you were in a rush, right? Because you told us you were expecting people to come home. And you didn't have your phone. You said you left that in the car, right?
Yes.
So weren't you worried at that point in time that
I'm worried.
someone would
I'm
come?
worried through the whole time.
But yet you sat and waited,
I'm still worried the whole time.
okay? But you sat and waited. Is that yes?
I had to wait. Yeah.
And so eventually you gave up waiting, I'm assuming?
Well, yeah. Eventually, I had to go forward.
Okay. And so did you tell Chris Austin that you were going to turn off power to the house?
No, it was not too much time for talking.
And when you went into the garage, where was Chris Austin?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see him.
I don't remember.
You don't remember. So he may have been with you.
I don't remember.
And after you turned off the power to the house, then were you watching Fabio from inside the kitchen?
Yes.
So he could have just turned his head and seen you through the glass at any time,
Could have.
but he didn't.
I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
Sure, he didn't see you.
I don't know.
That's overruled.
Well, he didn't see you because he didn't come in, right? You eventually
I don't know
said
if he saw me or not.
you went out to
I'm
him.
assuming he didn't see me. I don't know if he saw me or not. I doubt it.
So you went out to get him.
Yes.
And then at some point you told us you went back into the garage, right? You told us that you followed some wires that were everywhere that led you to the DVR, correct?
Yeah. It was where the car was. Yeah.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 129. There's a 17 in the lower left corner. In terms of all the wires that you told us you followed yesterday, where are the wires?
In the garage.
But you told us that you followed the wires from the house to the garage. So I'm asking you, where are the wires
In the
that
garage.
you told the jury yesterday that
In the-
you followed?
In the garage. In the garage.
So you didn't follow any wires?
There are wires from the garage.
Okay. And where were the wires in the garage?
By the box.
And where was that?
I believe it was on a. It It was on a back wall on something, a shelf or a closet or something. I can't remember. I don't have the layout in my head.
And how did you know that the DVR would be in the garage?
The wires.
Yes,
saw
but
it.
we talked about the fact that there actually aren't any wires in the house, as you said yesterday. That
I saw the wires.
Okay. So once you went into the garage, that's when you saw the wires, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall where the wires were in the garage that you traced to some box in a different location?
They were coming off a wall, not from on. They were laying on the wall or coming from the wall. They were just there. You could see them.
Okay. And at some point before you left, did you also open the garage door in order to steal the Porsche and drive away?
Yes.
And how did you do that? Given that you had turned off the power.
I pulled the emergency cord.
Why didn't you just flip the power back on?
Wasn't thinking.
And so did you tell Chris Austin to wait in the Porsche at some point in time?
I don't remember offhand, but I'm sure something like that happened. I'm not sure.
So how did Chris Austin know to get into the Porsche?
I said, I'm not sure. I know we wound up there. I don't remember all the conversation. There was a lot going on. I don't remember all that.
Well, you remembered a few days ago when you testified on direct. Has anything happened between a few days ago?
Regarding
today?
about Chris getting in the Porsche? I don't remember that either.
You don't remember him getting in the Porsche? So
No,
he might have
about
dropped
direct, about being on direct and being asked about this.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So somehow Chris got into the Porsche. Was he in the Porsche before or after you?
I don't remember.
So it could have been after you.
I don't remember.
All right. And then what did you do?
I guess we got in the Porsche and left.
Okay. Who drove?
I did.
Was that because Chris didn't know how to drive a stick?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know if he knows how to drive a stick or not.
Okay. You wouldn't have asked him that ahead of time in your plan.
I'm not thinking about all that in my plan.
You're not thinking about
I
a
wasn't.
getaway in your plan?
I wasn't thinking about who's driving what car in the plan. I know I'm driving and I want to leave.
What about in the plan? What was the plan on how you were going to leave? Were you always planning on taking the Porsche?
No, I didn't know exactly at the moment. My plan was to go back and go down the same way we came, but time was running out.
So which way did you go?
Make a right, then a right, then another right. I don't know the streets. I don't know the street names. So.
Well, you said you lived in the valley. We went over that
I don't know
yesterday.
the streets.
So you made several rights. And where did that take you to?
Eventually, it took us back to Ventura Boulevard.
Wouldn't you have to go left to get back to Ventura Boulevard?
At some point, there's a left somewhere.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
Behind Ventura Boulevard on the back street, and found the nearest empty spot there was and parked the car.
An empty spot where?
I don't know.
You don't know where?
No, I don't. I'm not driving back in the back streets like that. I just wanted to get rid of the car.
Okay. And so what you in a commercial area, a residential area, an industrial area?
I guess it was not industrial. It was part of the businesses on Ventura. I'm guessing.
Near any particular location that you recall?
No, I don't.
Stores or anything of that nature?
I was from the back, so I didn't see any of that.
So you had no idea where you were?
I got an idea where I'm at, but I don't know where I was at.
But at some point you had to go back to the car.
And I had to backtrack the same way I came to find it because I didn't know exactly where I parked the car.
So you went back to the house in order to backtrack?
No, I went back to the car where I parked it.
Okay. And the keys, did you get those keys out of the drawer that we see here on the screen where there's a drip of blood in the number 12? Is that where you got the keys from?
I don't remember. I don't remember. I know it was from a counter somewhere. It was a counter involved.
So you remember that?
It was a counter.
Not in the drawer.
It was a counter. I don't know which counter it was. I can't remember. I just saw him sitting there.
And at some point in time, did you also, before you left, do any cleaning up?
I tried to.
With what?
Rags.
Where'd you get rags?
Believe it was sitting. I don't know. They were just rags. I can't do it with my hands, so I took something and tried to clean up with it.
And where did you get the rags from as you were doing your cleaning
remember.
job?
I really don't remember. Anything I saw available.
So you found rags somewhere
Somewhere.
and you started cleaning the house.
I tried to clean what I could, not the whole, not the whole house, obviously.
And what did you use to clean up?
I was trying to look for Clorox and for not anything that was under the sink.
And what did you use?
Anything that was there.
Did you tell Al Birdsong that you used apple cider vinegar?
I don't remember that.
Is that possible, since you've told us you don't remember a lot of things today?
I don't remember a lot of things. It was almost 10 years ago.
Okay. So would it be fair that you might have told Al that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Al telling you apple cider vinegar isn't going to get rid of your DNA?
I don't remember that either.
So that's possible that you had such a conversation.
I don't remember.
Do you remember, after you stayed at Lacheyne's for a few days, telling us that you went to Las Vegas to stay with Al?
Yes.
And did you tell Al what you had done?
No.
So if he had information regarding the murder that he said he got from you, he must have gotten it somewhere else?
Sustained.
You also told us that at some point after you left the Porsche, you went to another location to get back to the rental car, correct?
Yes.
And where was that?
That was the same place I told you I parked it at.
Where was that?
I don't know the exact location. It was in the residential area.
Okay. And when did you go back to the rental car?
After I left the Porsche.
With Chris?
Yes.
And when the two of you went back to the residential area and got into the rental vehicle, where'd you go from there?
I told him to go ahead and leave and go back, meet me at the apartment if he could. If not, go. I can't remember exactly. I think I told him to leave, to go to the airport, or just leave, just to get out of there. So he took off on his way, and me, I was still trying to get organized because I needed to change. I needed to get rid of the stuff, all that stuff. I needed to do all that.
So he, not knowing where anything was, you told him to just leave.
I needed him to go.
Uh-huh. And so where was he supposed to go?
I told him to go to the apartment. If he needed anything, grab it, grab his stuff, whatever he needed, and leave and get out of there. Because
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on. Everything was happening too fast.
So did you give him a key?
I can't remember.
So how would he have gotten into your apartment to get his stuff?
I can't remember if I gave him a key or not. I must have gave him the key. I can't remember.
Okay.
I
And
remember
so
that.
where did you go at that point?
I think I tried to get rid of everything. So I
Okay.
went to the nearest bins to throw everything away.
So you walked there or drove there?
No, I walked.
You walk now?
Yeah, I walked.
Okay.
I'm still walking. I haven't moved the car yet.
Okay. Okay.
Then what?
And then where'd you go?
I got rid of the stuff in the bins, threw
Mhm.
everything away.
This is in this residential area.
Yes. Threw everything away, got back in the car. I still hear sirens. I remember hearing sirens still. And I wanted to get out of there, but I just wanted to get out of there. So anyway, got in the car.
Ribs hurt, head hurt, throat hurt, back hurt, sleepy. That's where I'm.
And went towards the apartment.
You went to the apartment.
I was trying to get to the apartment. I was going to go that way. I really didn't know really where I was going to go, but I wanted to get to the apartment because I knew I had to get to work. That was in this crazy chaos going on.
Mm-hmm. And
So on the way, I saw Chris running. He was jogging. And I pulled over and I told him, just get in real quick. Just get in. I looked around real quick to make sure. I just looked around just to see if anything was going on. If anyone was paying attention. It's chaotic thinking at the time.
And then what?
And then what? And then he got in the car.
And where'd you go from there?
Went to the bowling alley.
Which
And-
bowling alley?
The one on Satakoy and I forget the street.
Okay. What'd you do at the bowling alley?
Changed, got rid of clothes.
I
Changed.
thought you told us you threw everything away when you
Threw it-
walked to the bins.
No, I didn't throw the clothes away.
I
I
see.
threw the items away.
I see. Which items were those?
Whatever
Everything
was
in
in
the
it.
pillowcase?
Yeah, everything in the pillowcase.
Okay. So you threw away your clothes.
I didn't throw away the clothes yet.
Okay. So you went to the bowling alley on Satakoy. You said you threw away your clothes. You're saying now, no, you didn't. So tell us what you did there.
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. Tell us what you did.
I got the clothes off. We got our clothes and then put it in bags. And I wanted to get him out of there.
Okay.
But I still didn't leave. I couldn't leave because I had to go to work. So I remember being dark and I told him I need to go to work. And just stay out of the way for now. Because right now it seemed it was safe. It was kind of safe for the moment.
It was safe at the moment. You just told us you heard sirens, right?
Yeah, way much before then. At time had elapsed.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then what?
And then I went to the apartment.
You went to the apartment.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take Chris with you?
No.
Didn't take Chris. So you drove him somewhere and left him off again in some street.
He was in the bowling alley where it was nice and safe.
I see. Okay. So you drove the rental back to the apartment.
I walked. He stayed in the car.
I see. And then what?
I went to the apartment.
And where'd you go once you were at the apartment? What'd you do?
I
Did you
went
go
to LA
in?
Fitness afterwards.
Did you go inside?
Yes.
And what'd you do there?
In the apartment,
Yes.
change clothes, go to work.
I thought you told us you had clothes already in the car and that you changed yesterday. You told us you changed your clothes at the car.
Change clothes again.
I see. Okay. And then?
Went to work.
And what did you drive to work?
The black truck,
The one with the battery issue.
the one that had the battery issue.
Okay. And how long were you at LA Fitness?
Short time.
What does that mean?
Short time. Not the usual 3 hours, 4 hours I stay.
An hour, 10 minutes?
A short time.
Don't know how long.
No, I wasn't counting.
Okay. And who saw you there? Who did you make contact with?
Sheila, Ricky, Bagley, everybody saw me there.
Okay. Sheila testified you weren't there until the 26th. So
You should check the footage.
okay, we did that. So
Okay.
you don't come back on the
You
screen.
didn't see the black truck pull up?
No.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I was there.
Okay. And then where do you go?
Eventually, I went back to the house.
To the
No,
apartment?
I didn't. I didn't go back to the house. I didn't. I went to the bowling alley with the truck.
Drove to the bowling alley.
Parked the truck. Got Chris in the car. And
Where was he?
he was in the bowling alley.
He was sitting in the bowling alley.
No, he was sitting in the bowling alley parking lot.
Got it. In the car where you left him.
Yes.
Got it. And then where'd you go?
Then told him to get in, or not exactly, something about let's get in, let's get you out of here. And no. I left the truck parked. I got to the car into the rental, and then I wanted to get him to the airport, get him out of there. So I took him to a bus stop close to the flyaway, and someplace where there was no, where I thought there was no cameras to see us both together, just in case. And he got out, and that was it.
Okay. So what time did you get to LA Fitness?
I don't remember. It was before I'm supposed to start the league, whatever time that was, probably 6:30,
6:30.
maybe. I'm guessing, because I know you're
Okay.
going to try to hold me to it.
And then how long were you allegedly at the league? Till when? 6:30 to what? 7, 7:30?
As soon as I got Bagley to take over my league for me.
Bob Bagley.
Yes.
Yeah. What time?
I don't know. I wasn't keeping track. Probably around, I'm guessing 7,
Okay.
7:15, 7:30 maybe. I'm guessing. As soon as he agreed to do it.
Okay. So you're there for an hour or under.
Roughly, very roughly.
And then you went back to the bowling alley.
Yes.
You told us that Austin told you that he got a stupid ass ticket, or that's what you said.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
And was that while you were at LA Fitness?
Yes.
What time do you think you went back to your apartment?
I don't know the exact time. I have no idea. But I walked. Remember? I walked.
You walked there.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked previously as People's 158. It's a PowerPoint belonging to Cy Ray. And this particular page indicates that cellular data placed you at the Van Nuys Flyway at 6:30. You think that's probably right?
I have no idea. It might be. It might be.
You told us that you thought you were at LA Fitness from 6:30 to 7.
Sorry, that
It
was
was all
long.
guesswork.
7:30, and that you went actually to the gym early that day. Remember that?
Told you 11 o'clock that afternoon. I went early, but not here. I don't know what time. I told you before. I wasn't keeping track of the time like that.
Okay. Well, you told us that you were kind of keeping track of the time because you wanted to make sure that you got
To work.
to the gym.
Yeah, that's
Right.
usually what time I get there. Around that time.
Okay. And you see this, right? This mapping putting you near the Van Nuys Flyway at 6:30.
That's what your information that you provided says.
showing you another page from Cyray, his PowerPoint on 158. This places you in the area near your home where Chris Austin got a ticket in close proximity to Austin at 5:45.
So again, I must have been walking during that time frame.
Okay. So at some point, you obviously had your phone on you, right?
Yes.
And you were actually, as we heard testimony, in close proximity to Chris at the time that he got his ticket. Remember that?
Okay. I see you.
Hey guys, I'm right here, but I'm going to turn off the camera for a minute.
Do you remember him getting a ticket?
That's what he told me. He got a ticket. I didn't see the ticket, but he said he did.
But you told us that you left him at a bowling alley on Satakoy, and then you left to go to LA Fitness, right?
I left to go to my apartment
And then
then
to
go
LA
to LA
Fitness,
Fitness.
right?
and then go to LA Fitness.
Right.
Right.
So how would you explain that you're in the same vicinity as Christopher Austin at the time that he gets the ticket?
I have no idea. I'm going down the road on foot, so I don't know where he's at. I left him in the bowling alley parking lot.
Okay. You also told us on direct examination that you went to the apartment because you needed to get rid of Monica's property, clothes that she kept at your house. Remember that?
That was sometime during the night. Yeah.
Sometime during the night.
Yeah.
Was that before or after you let Austin off?
I believe it was after.
After.
I
Okay.
believe it was after he left.
And then your testimony on direct was that you knew they would look into her really hard. Do you remember the
I'm going to go
testimony?
do a comfort break. I'll be back.
And who are they?
You guys.
Us guys.
You.
Okay. Me.
Well, you're the representation of the state.
Okay. So you knew that we would look into Monica really hard, you said on direct. Why would we look into Monica really hard?
Well, usually you're watching all the TV shows, and there you go.
So by watching TV, you knew that we'd look into Monica really hard.
If you watch the Datelines and all that, anybody who has a death in the family that's suspicious or anything or direct, you look into the family members first.
I see. Now, you told us that you dumped everything in the pillowcase off in the bins. When you dropped Chris Austin off at the Van Nuys Flyaway, did you give him anything so that he could get back, given that his flight wasn't for that day, and that you expected him to be there, as you told us, for a few days, and you were just having him there while you were waiting for some random opportunity to come up?
There's a question in there. I'm trying to figure out where it is. What's the question again?
My question was, what did you give, if anything, to Chris Austin?
I had pulled out money. I had money that I had from my little stash at the house. I pulled out some money, and I still had some coins in the pocket, or the gold coins in my pocket.
I thought you said you put those in the pillowcase.
No, I said I put those in my pocket.
I see. In the envelope with the documents?
Yes.
So that all fit in there too?
It's not that big.
Okay. And so you then did what? Went into your pocket and gave him what?
I actually didn't give it to him from there. I went to the house first. The house to get my gear and all that stuff. So when I came back, I had it on me. So I took the coins with me, and everything else was still. I think it was all with me. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But I remember taking the coins with me. Took some money with me.
To LA Fitness.
No, from my house.
Well, you told us that from your house you changed and you went to LA Fitness.
I'm trying to remember. So with those items, I had those items with me, the money and the coins with me. Because
Again,
I knew.
to LA Fitness, right?
I was at my house first. I wound up going to LA Fitness.
And you said you took the coins with you, right?
Yes.
And so you had the coins with you at LA Fitness.
No, I don't remember if I took them with me or left them in my truck. I can't remember if I did that or not. I may have left everything in the truck.
Okay.
Because I did get in the car to go there. So I'm not going to go in there with money, with a lot of money in my pocket and gold coins.
Safer to leave it in the car.
Yes, for me it is.
Right. The same car that you told us earlier was broken into when your laptop, your computer was stolen, right?
This was 6 months later you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, it's not the same car.
Okay. So you weren't driving the Ford Expedition. Bless you.
Say again?
You weren't driving the Ford Expedition
Which day?
that night.
Because you're bouncing around, so I'm trying to keep up with you. That night, I was driving the Ford Expedition when I went from my apartment to the gym.
Okay. So you leave the coins and the money in your car in the parking lot in Woodland Hills, and then you go where?
In LA Fitness.
Okay. And when you came back, you then told us you drove back to the bowling alley, right? To meet up with
Correct.
Chris.
Correct.
And then he gets in your car.
No,
You get in his car.
I leave the truck behind.
You leave your truck there.
Yes.
Okay. At this area where the bowling alley is on Saticoy.
Yes.
Okay. And then you drive or he drives?
Drive from where?
From the bowling alley
I do.
to, where do you go?
To the bus stop.
Directly.
I'm pretty sure.
No more other stops.
I don't think so.
Okay. And you give him money
Yes.
and you give him gold coins.
Yes.
How much money?
I'm guessing 2,000
$2,000.
something, 3,000 to hold him over.
2 to 3.
Yeah, just in case he has to disappear or whatever. Just in case.
Okay. And where'd you get the money from? Because we saw your bank records the other day.
I have cash stashed.
I see.
If you looked at my bank record, you could say I took out large sums of money at given points.
Okay. So you somehow stashed $2,000 to $3,000 in the house. You get the money from the house plus the gold coins.
My apartment.
How many gold coins?
I'm thinking it was like, I don't know. I think it was like anywhere between 6 and 8. I mean, 6 and 10. It was a handful. I gave him like five of them.
You only gave him half.
I'm guessing again. I'm guessing. I just gave him a handful, like 5 or 6. It was like half.
So
I
what did
skipped
you
one.
do with the rest of the gold coins?
I kept them.
And what did you do with them?
I eventually cashed them out.
For how much?
I don't remember. It was good sum. It was a good sum though.
When you say a good sum, what does that mean?
Like 3,000.
Okay. And where did you do that?
Various places in LA.
Various places.
Yeah. Do I know what they are? No.
So you, when you say various places, did you take each coin to a different location?
There were different places. There were different places.
So is that yes?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember I might have cashed in 2 at one place and 1 at another. I don't remember.
Okay. And when did you do that?
When? Somewhere in between that day and months later.
Well, you told us
I don't
that
remember what
you
day.
specifically went back to the apartment to clean out anything that could connect you to Monica. So I'm assuming you also didn't want to be connected to Fabio by having gold coins in your apartment.
Good assumption. So I still don't remember the days though.
Okay. So you did the cleaning of her stuff, but the coins you left there.
I don't know where I left him. I don't know where I kept him at.
Okay.
I think I might have kept him. And I don't know. They kind of came with me sometimes. That wasn't like the main.
They came with you
And put them in my person, in my pocket,
just to carry around?
just in case I need to get rid of them. I had a chance. I mean, I'm not looking that day and say, oh, I'm gonna get rid of these coins today. Let me count them because let me watch them all day long. No, it wasn't like that. If the opportunity came, I tried to get rid of them.
Got it.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So you told us you stayed at Lacheyne's for a couple nights. You told us you stayed in Las Vegas for a couple nights. You also stayed at Ricky and Sheila's first week in February, right?
Yeah, I don't know the dates, but I did stay with them.
Till Ricky asked you to leave, right?
At least that's what he says.
Because you were trying to use Sheila to get Monica out of the house that first week in February.
Yes.
And then the following week, after Ricky kicked you out, you went to Glendale and you stayed with your friend
Right.
Roger, right? Callie B.
I stayed over there a couple of days.
How many's a couple?
I didn't keep count. I don't know.
Could it be possibly a couple weeks?
I don't remember how much time it was exactly.
And while you were there, Monica came numerous times and picked you up, right?
Eventually, this was when you said February. That sounds about right.
She would pick you up in February and March, and the two of you would go out, right?
We would go somewhere.
And then she would come back and stay at Rogers with you for a while.
Yes, sit and have a drink, stay off the streets. For me, I didn't want to be on the streets.
Well, you were on the streets. You were
I was
going
trying to stay off the streets as much as possible.
You went to clubs.
I'm trying to stay off the streets as much as possible.
Did you go to the parlor bar?
Who?
The parlor bar?
I don't remember these names.
You don't remember? You were there several times.
I don't remember the names.
Laugh Factory,
I do remember that.
Dime Bar.
I do remember that.
So you weren't worried about staying off the streets because you were out.
Not initially. Initially, I was. After a while, when time went on, no, I wasn't.
So in February, enough time had gone on.
Not a little bit. It wasn't quite comfortable yet.
Comfortable enough though to go out, right?
I went out.
Okay. And after you abandoned your job, somebody else took over at LA Fitness, right? You didn't go back there.
For my job, I actually made sure someone took over. So I didn't. So I had someone take over the job.
You and someone, not the company.
Well, the company did, but I made sure
Sean.
that he got the position.
You also told us that at the house, Austin, after the murder, was in a bad way. What did you mean by that?
When he left to go to Alaska, I could tell he was pretty still shaken up. So I could tell. That's what I mean by bad way. He was shaken up. I could tell by his voice, and just
Appeared to you to be having a panic attack?
he just wasn't his usual self. I could tell he was shaken up. He wasn't his usual self.
So what did you do to help him after dragging?
Who would be after you witnessed somebody be unalived? And you helped.
dragging him
I
into
just
this murder.
talked to him. That's it. I can do nothing but talk to him from Alaska.
You're gonna be in shock.
So you talked to him from
Dude.
Alaska, or you did not?
I talked to him while he was in Alaska.
Okay. What did you say to him when you dropped him off at the
I don't know.
flyway?
I don't keep verbatim conversation of the whole thing. I don't know.
Well, he was freaking out. So what did you say to him?
Whatever it took to calm him down.
And how did you do that?
Just say the right things. Just listen.
Such as what?
I have no idea. Depends.
Well, we know what the circumstances are, so it doesn't depend. So what did you say?
I don't remember
Oh,
because I don't remember the conversation directly. Is this something to calm him down, whatever it was?
And at some point, did you tell Austin that he should get a burner phone after he already left Los Angeles?
At some point I did.
Okay. Do you remember how you did that?
I think on the phone, using a phone.
How about through a Facebook message?
Oh, I don't remember.
No.
I said I think. I'm not sure. This is a long time ago.
Did you tell him to get a burner phone, and then subsequent to that, did you send him money to get a burner phone?
No,
No?
I don't remember sending him any money.
You don't?
I don't remember sending him any money. Wait, you talking about after this or before?
After.
There was no need for me to send him any money. He had money.
He had money. Okay. Thought you told us that you gave him an ATM card previously, and that you told him he could use the money whenever he wanted for anything he needed.
Yeah,
Did you
good.
continue putting money into the account
At that point,
connected to the ATM that he pulled out in Alaska?
no.
Showing you a PowerPoint from, I believe this is also 158, Officer Curtis Davis's PowerPoint. Do you see this message here on January 26th, 3 days after the murder?
Yes. Let me see the part that says download WhatsApp on your phone. Okay, I see that. I see that.
That's the app that you registered for at 11:40 at night. After you dumped Viper, you and
Elena.
Monica both on the day of the murder you talked about.
Elena, thank you for joining. I feel worse today. I had a fever get as high as 102.7 last night, and I spent most of the night in the bathtub. All right, I'll be back.
Remember that?
I remember.
Wasn't it glitchy?
I don't remember all those little details, but I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Well, you can see it right here, right?
I see what you're showing. I see what you're showing me. Yeah.
Do you remember
I don't remember
sending
any
a
of this.
message to Chris, download WhatsApp?
This is 10 years ago. I don't remember any of this stuff.
And then, did you also remove Christopher Austin from your friends connection on Facebook that same day?
I probably did. I probably did.
The one here with the direction to download WhatsApp is page 159. Now I'm going to show you page 66 from that same PowerPoint from Officer Davis. Do you remember on that same date that you removed him at 1:52 in the morning?
I probably did. I don't deny that.
And why would you have done that?
Cutting ties
And why would you have done that?
because the murder was done
So you were cutting ties with him because the murder was done.
with him. Yeah, well, just starting that process. Yeah,
Starting the process.
cutting communication with normal routes. Yeah.
Okay, but you told us that when he came out to Los Angeles, not only did the two of you discuss the murder, but you also discussed the fact that you were starting a new business and you wanted to talk to him about that.
Well, that was going to be put on hold based on what was going on right then.
Well, you had planned to commit the murder. That was the whole point in having him come out. We
And
talked about that,
We also talked about the business that was going to come later too.
right? So you're not cutting ties with him.
For the moment.
I'm sorry?
For the moment.
For the moment.
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of that?
To cut ties.
For what purpose?
To get distance for the moment.
So you're cutting ties with him so that the two of you wouldn't be linked. Correct?
Or reduce it at least.
Okay.
It's going to be linked regardless, but just reduce it as much as possible.
And then the two of you began talking on a burner phone.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
So there was still a link because you're still communicating. Now the two of you are just talking through two different burner phones.
Not normal, not a normal way to conversate.
I see. What?
Conversate.
Conversating.
Not a normal way to conversate.
Okay.
Y'all, he is worse than Boone. He's horrible.
Now, Chris Austin testified in this case and told law enforcement the day that he was arrested that the reason all of this happened, this murder occurred, was because of the life insurance. That you told him that Monica was going to get money from Fabio's life insurance. Do you remember having that conversation with him?
No.
No. So when did you and Monica first discuss the life insurance policy?
Sustain?
At what point, if ever, did you and Monica discuss life insurance?
Never had such a conversation.
You never discussed.
No. I'm pretty sure we never discussed this type of thing. None of my business.
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I mean, we talked about a lot of things, so I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure. Like percentage wise, 80%, 90%. As sure as you were about everything else you've testified to?
99%.
99%. Okay, so really sure.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, 99% is pretty good odds.
Well, your odds are probably different from mine.
Okay.
Sustain.
If you never discussed life insurance, 99% sure, with Monica, why were you the first person she contacted when she received an email from Detective Parshall saying that she had been cleared to collect the life insurance?
Objection, that's argument.
So ruled.
Well, you would probably have to ask her that.
So you don't know why she would contact you. Not her daughters, who she was so worried about not getting the insurance, but you.
Like I said, you might have to ask her that.
So if she sends you information regarding what she received from Detective Parshall about being cleared for life insurance, you wouldn't even know what she was talking about.
The only thing I knew about was she was concerned about paying the mortgage and paying bills. That's the only thing I know about. So maybe she was excited about it.
She was excited about it.
Maybe she was excited about whatever she was dealing with there. I've never seen this, so you could show me this all day. I've never seen this.
Really? Because it's found in your Ford Expedition on a flash drive. sent it to you.
Why the hell would this be on a flash drive? I don't know.
You had photos of her on a flash drive. Lots of nudie photos.
Of course.
Sex photos, masturbation photos, sex with other men.
It's just time.
You had all sorts of photos of her on a flash drive, including this.
I don't remember this.
You don't remember it?
No.
And see this? It says, we're clear on the letter for the life insurance. Secretary typing it up, and MetLife should have it by the end of next week or the following week. See that? Bless you. Yeah.
I see it.
Showing you what was previously marked as People's 176, an extraction from Monica's phone. See the time here, 6:03, 6:17, when the, at the top of the screenshot, do you see that?
Has nothing to do with me. I see it, but nothing to do with me.
All right. That's dated June 9th. Same day, June 9th. (3:13 p.m. UTC -7). She's in New York at the time, and she calls you, correct?
I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I'm not. I hope you don't think I'm supposed to know all this off the top of my head. I really don't.
See this number here?
Yeah, we do. You did it. How would you not know it? He's a combative little cuss.
374-1922, this 818 number, after your phone number.
I see the numbers.
See that as being Detective Parshall's number?
And you need me to do this for you. I thought you have detectives to do this.
Detective to strike non-responsive.
Stricken.
Did you talk to her while she was in New York? Before she went to Toronto at the beginning of June?
I talk to her all the time.
So is that yes?
I don't know. But I do talk to her all the time, so I can't say no.
And did she call you while she was in New York
What was the date?
and Canada?
What was
June 9th.
June 9th? June 9th?
3 o'clock here, 6
You said
o'clock
June
New
9th?
York.
Yeah,
Yes.
if it was June, yes.
Will you let her ask the damn question? And then if you don't know what month, you go, can you clarify what month, please?
Yes?
If it was June, probably. Yeah, probably.
You're
If it was
You
June.
also talked to her from
You're talking over her.
Toronto, where she went after that, right? You knew she went there for a Lifetime Achievement Award that Fabio was getting, right?
Chances are I did. Chances are.
Now, you also, I believe, told us that when you were testifying on direct, that the oath to tell the truth means something to you, right?
Means something when we come to court.
Right. Means what?
Means to tell the truth.
Mm-hmm. And that's what you've done over the last several days, right?
The best that I could. The best that I could.
But if you weren't telling the truth, there would be no consequence, right? Because you're already serving a sentence of life without parole, right?
That's argument.
Suspension.
What consequence might there be if you were to lie to this jury?
I don't
What
know.
consequence?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm sure you'll find something.
Well, there is nothing, right?
I don't know. Take your word for it.
I mean, perjury as opposed to life without parole is chump change, right?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
But you have friends that are lawyers, right?
Yes.
Like Howard Lynch, right?
He's a friend of mine.
And you've talked to him about your case?
Never.
Never.
No, I haven't talked to him about my case, but this one, no.
I see. How about John Stanley? Talk to him about your case?
I haven't talked to him. Wait a minute. I think he came to see me. So I did talk to him very briefly.
I think you also told us that you, on direct, you made up the name Jaybird or JB when you talked to the defense as the person who you committed the murder of Fabio Sementilli with. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And
Ariana, thank you for my birthday. My first birthday gift. It is a red bejeweled solo cup. Man, these are on Etsy and they're not cheap. Oh my gosh. For the Karen Reed trial. And it even has a straw and a lid. See if it works with the bejewels. It does. Oh, we have this for the Karen Reed trial, especially when they start talking about the solo cups. See, I have that up there. And then I have the evidence kit. But I have a bejeweled. Oh, my first birthday gift from any viewer. Never had a birthday gift from a viewer. Oh my gosh, this is cool. And it's good quality. It's very hard. I mean, it's thick. It's one of those double-walled thick ones. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna love it. Gerald, I love bling. Honey boo, I like bling. I like bling. You know, I like bling. Oh my gosh, is that y'all? Come on, you gotta react to that, y'all. That is stinking cute. Thank you so much, beloved. Oh. All right. Thank you so much. We'll get back to court.
You said, you told the jury that you told the truth about Austin when you called your mom, and your mom said they were looking for JB, right?
Yes.
Did your mom say who they were?
I can't remember the exact conversation, but the only person she can get it from is the media.
I see. So you told the jury that the media was looking for JB.
I mentioned, the only thing I just said was that JB was from my mother.
That's
She was from my mother, and because that's what we were talking about earlier. And the information had to come from the media.
I see. So
Had
the
to be.
media was looking for the
I don't know if they're
person
looking
named
for him or
JB.
not, but it was mentioned through. I'm sure it was through the media. I'm sure. It was.
Which media was looking for
I don't know. I
somebody
mean,
by the name?
you're releasing all kinds of information.
One moment.
Who was?
One moment. There's an objection, please. Sustained.
Ooh. Ah! Listen to the judge.
When you said your mother told you they were looking for JB, and you said the media was.
No,
Okay, let's read this. Just done watching the Zoom hearing on TV. The judge did find the intimidation charge on the video. Signed a stay away order for the McCabe's for the pizza parlor and work areas.
I'm trying to remember the conversation. I'm telling you, I knew it was the media.
You knew it was the
It
media.
had to be.
Okay. So somehow the media would be looking for a person by the name of JB.
That was my thought.
And which media would be looking for a person without a name?
I don't know. The media, I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Would that be another story that you just made up?
Why would I make that up? It has nothing to do with anything.
Well, you told us that you told the defense the truth.
What about a restraining order against all those people who attacked him and his girlfriend a year ago at trial when they went to eat dinner? Remember that? They wouldn't let him pass. They harassed him. They touched his girlfriend. I mean, come on. You want to talk about fair play?
So when did you tell them this story that
Who's
the
them?
media was looking for JB?
Who is them?
The defense.
Oh,
Exactly.
So,
When did you tell the defense that?
whenever they came to see me.
You told them that the media was looking for
Oh,
a
no.
guy named JB.
I never told them that. No, I never told the defense
I
that
see.
ever. No.
I see.
Your questions are all over the place.
Yeah.
I can't keep up with it.
Oh, Your Honor. Your Honor. Get him under control.
Now, you also told us that you never told Monica that you committed this crime, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that when you went to see Monica the night of the wake, which would have been January 29th, after coming back from Victorville, where you purchased the burner phones, that you needed to see what was wrong with her, if she was all right, because you wanted to make sure she wasn't upset that you had done this. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. So at that point, at the wake, did you tell her, like you told the jury, that you needed to find out if she was upset because you had done this, meaning killing her husband?
That assumes facts, not in evidence.
oh,
I never said
You
anything. I never said anything like that.
Oh, you did on direct.
No.
Okay.
No. There's a question in there somewhere.
This state's correct.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Answer the question.
So ask again, because there was like a whole bunch of pieces in there.
Yes, I would put in the pieces of what
Please.
you told this jury.
All right.
that you went there that night because
I
you
did go.
had to.
I did go, yes.
Okay, and so what did you tell her about that? You said you needed to
About
find
going,
out.
about going.
Go ahead, sir, answer.
No, I'm trying to, about me going.
Jack, know your coach.
All right.
Do you remember?
I'm in my head, but I'm trying to go step by step with you here. But in my mind, are you all right? Because you look bad off.
Right. And so did you ask her, like you said, are you messed up because I did this thing?
No, I didn't say
You
that.
didn't. And why not? If that's what you were worried about, why didn't you ask her that?
Because it would say that I did it.
Because what?
It would say that I did it.
Okay. And so that's what you told us, though, that you wanted to make sure she wasn't upset because you did this thing.
I wanted to make sure she wasn't losing her mind and totally upset, period.
Okay.
'Cause it looked bad.
So when you talked to her, you didn't say anything.
I'm sure I said something like, are you all right? And she barely spoke. I was barely audible.
I see. Okay. How many times would you say you spoke to Monica's lawyers?
I don't know. You have the information in front of you. I have no idea about. Over 5.
Over 6?
I don't know. Over 5. It felt like 5. I don't know. I wasn't keeping track.
Over 8?
I wasn't keeping track.
Approximately how many do you think? Give us an estimate.
Over 5.
Since you were there and we weren't.
Yeah, but I wasn't keeping track.
I see. You wanted, though, to talk to them for a long time, right?
I wanted to talk to them as long as it's needed.
No, I mean, you had wanted to speak with them for years. You told Monica in recordings that you wanted to talk to her lawyers, right?
I did.
And because you wanted to take the blame, right?
No, because I needed information. It was a smart ass comment because I wasn't getting information at all.
I see. So when you said to Monica in numerous conversations, if things go bad, I will take the blame. I'll take it. I'll lie, right?
I probably said that.
That you wanted to talk to her lawyers, and you told Monica that you needed to get your lawyers and her lawyers together so they were all on the same page, because she doesn't have a defense without you, and you don't have a defense without her. Do you remember that?
Objection, the misstates the evidence.
No rule.
Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Showing you People's 217. Do you recognize this shirt? It has a 1 in the lower left corner.
I remember. I don't remember this. She's wearing a shirt. She probably got it from me. I just don't remember it.
Do you remember telling Detective Gable, Detective Tellis on June 14th after your arrest that the shirt she was wearing the day you guys were arrested, which is this shirt, that she got it from you?
I don't remember all that.
Do you recognize the bedding?
Actually, I do.
Yeah, whose bedding is that?
That's hers.
No, it's yours.
Oh, see, that's how crazy I am. Wow. I could have swore that was hers.
Looking at this photo taken June 13th on her way back from Toronto. Oh, this is not being marked? Your Honor, can I have this marked as the people's next in order, please? 278?
279.
Thank you. 279, there's a 6 in the lower left corner. On June 13th. Is that the same shirt?
Looks like it.
Do you recognize this photo?
No. I'm looking hard too. No.
No. She's wearing the same shirt, right? Shirt you gave her, right?
Okay. I don't recognize the photo so far.
Okay. And also contained on your SD card found in your Ford Expedition. You have a lot of SD cards, racquetball equipment, clothing, women's clothing in your expedition at the time that you were arrested, right?
In my expedition. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Because when I was arrested in a squad car, not in my truck. So I don't remember.
Yes, but you had things in your expedition that was parked in the garage at your apartment.
Okay.
On the day you were arrested, right?
I don't remember. I don't remember. I didn't do an inventory before I got arrested. I don't remember. I probably did. I may have.
Do you remember telling Detective Gable and Detective Tellis, actually you asked them, hey, yeah, well, you saw the shirt, didn't you, on her? That was a gift I gave her. And the detective said, oh, no, and you said, so you didn't see the Army shirt? And the detective said, yeah. And you said, did you see the back? It said, it will defend. And the detective said, yeah, right. Okay, very nice. Oh, so, and you said it was a gift that I got her because I can't wear it here anywhere. Remember that?
Not really. I don't remember that. I don't. It's too long ago.
Did Monica ever ask you if
Everything is too long ago for you, boo.
you had committed this murder?
No.
Never asked you that.
No.
How about after the two of you tried to explain away where all your DNA in the house came from?
So,
Say that one more time.
Sure. We heard you in an overhear talking to Monica a couple of different times, trying to explain away the DNA that was found of yours at the crime scene.
Oh, not explain away, but those were the reasons. But
Right.
okay.
You were saying it's just a few drops, right?
That's what I was
She
told.
said
That's what I.
she told them. It's just
That's
a
what
few
I was told.
drops.
That's what I was told.
So again, at any point in time, did she ask you, hey, did you murder my husband?
No.
Never. And you still love her, right? That's why you're here.
I love her. Of course, I still love her. Of course,
Yeah.
I do.
And you hope that at some point the two of you will be together,
It's never going to happen.
right?
It's never going to happen.
So you didn't talk about conjugal visits in the future or anything like that if she were to get out?
I don't remember. I might have.
Did
Maybe.
you ever talk to her about the fact that if she got out, you wanted her to go home, but you needed her to support you and put money on your books and things of that nature?
I
You ever have
remember
that
that.
kind of a conversation?
I don't remember that conversation.
So if that was recorded, it just would be that you didn't remember.
I just don't remember.
I see.
You're recording it. I don't remember.
I see. You told us, though, that you lied about Chris Austin's involvement because you wanted to protect him, right?
Right.
And you were much closer to Monica than you were to Chris Austin, right?
Different types of relationships.
Okay. So again, you do anything to protect her too, right? That's what you do.
If I could. If I could.
Do you remember telling Monica in a over here from August 24th of 2017 that you will flat out lie for her and that you need to start stockpiling because you don't have support out there? And Monica told you, if I get
Don't have it, but I'll do this. This is going to nail his butt to the wall. I've been waiting for this question. Y'all, we're all good. Let's move on.
get out, you'll have my support. Do you remember that?
Yeah, at the time, she thought I was innocent. Yes.
Councilman, I want you to recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies.
Oh, hold on a sec. All righty. Yes. Yes. I'm so in love. Boy, and it does get cold when you put ice in it. Man, it's cold. Oh my God, is it cold? Oh gosh, that feels good. I love my bling bling. Oh my gosh, is this not perfect for the Karen Reed trial? That's freaking awesome. All right, guys. So that once again, and look how he got out of it. I want to hear that again. I want to hear that again.
Right?
Right. That's what I was told.
That's what she told them. It's just
That's what I was told.
drops.
That's what I was told.
So again, at any point in time, did she ask you, hey, did you murder my husband?
No.
Never. And you still love her, right? That's why you're here.
I love her. Of course, I still love her. Of course,
Yeah.
I do.
And you hope that at some point the two of you will be together.
It's never going to happen.
Right?
It's never going to happen.
So you didn't talk about conjugal visits in the future or anything like that?
You had hope. I thought I pushed the mute. My bad. You had hope.
If she were to get out?
Marry
I don't
you.
remember. I might have.
Did you ever talk to her about the fact that if she got out, you wanted her to go home, but you needed her to support you and put money on your books and things of that nature? Do you ever have that kind of a conversation?
I don't remember that conversation.
So if that was recorded, it just would be that you didn't remember.
I just don't remember.
I see.
We have a recording, boo.
You're recording it. I don't remember.
The recording. No, don't. We spent 5 or 6 days on those recordings. Don't. I'm sorry, guys.
You,
I'm doing the best I can do.
Told us, though, that you lied about Chris Austin's involvement because you wanted to protect him, right?
Right.
And you were much closer to Monica than you were to Chris Austin, right?
Different types of relationships.
Okay. So again, you do anything to protect her too, right? That's what you do.
If I could. If I could.
Do you remember telling Monica in a over here from August 24th of 2017 that you will flat out lie for her and that you need to start stockpiling because you don't have support out there. And Monica told you, if I get out, you'll have my support. Do you remember that?
Yeah, at the time, she thought I was innocent. Yes.
Councilwoman, we're going to take a morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies.
And of course, my college class started right now. I thought this was included. Oh, it's Red Shop. Okay. So yeah, I'm taking criminal justice perspective on crime in America. And then the other one is adolescent and criminal justice in adolescence. Lessons and quizzes, multiple choice, conclusion. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yay! I get to start school again. Woohoo! Please tell me we don't have a bunch of module quiz, module assignments. Okay, yay. So I'm going to start school tonight. Woohoo! Got classes. I'm actually excited about these classes. So just so you know, some of you don't know, I am in college. And I am taking criminal justice. And I am taking perspective on crime in America, theory and practices in juvenile justice system. So I get to start all that. And it looks like the same. Oh, there is a discussion board in one of them. Dag nabbit. I don't like discussion boards. I'll do it, but it's not my favorite thing to do because I tend to put more work in the discussion board than the other students do. So anyway, June, thank you respectfully. I'd like to say that I don't care about TB at all. He's entitled to support anybody he likes, but in my humble opinion, he's just I have to say, I don't like him in the sense that I don't like his dirty mouth. I think a lot of what he has to say is relevant and can be true. It sometimes is a good perspective on some of the issues, but the see you next Tuesday word, the SLUT word, and the hoe bags and the PUSSYEATERs and all of that stuff, I can't listen to. But do I think that he's being targeted? I do. I think if they're going to have a restraining order for him or a stay away order, they need to have it against everybody because he wasn't doing anything. He was just walking down the street when they came up and verbally attacked his girlfriend and him and actually physically touched her, took the phone out of his hand. It was a horrible thing. I don't care who you are. That's not acceptable. So, but my focus is Karen Reed. I do care, however, though, that the TB situation is affecting her trial or can. And that's a problem. That's my humble opinion. I'm trying to do anything to keep that throat from getting dry. Hold on. So I'm going to feel good for about an hour and then I'm going to crash. It always happens. but I don't think I have that. I don't have a fever anymore. I think that broke last night. How about them bling bling? Oh. Gotta get more water. For those of you who don't know, y'all need to meet Mr. Gerald Lofton. He's my new boyfriend. And let's just say I got some very happy people in my life for it. What can I say? I am concerned for the Karen Reed trial. I think they've got a lot of stuff that's getting in the way. The defense wants to delay the start of trial in hopes that the appeal to the First Circuit Court will come through. $3:30. Okay, we got a couple more hours for the astronauts to return to Earth from NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 splashdown. But we'll play this. We can play.
Conflict that the defense has.
So, Mr. Jackson,
Start of the trial, which is currently set for April 1st. The reason behind the motion to continue is not because of some conflict that the defense has. We ordinarily would be ready to go. However, as the court knows, there is a significant appeal that's currently pending before the First Circuit based on Judge Saylor's opinion that was issued about a week ago. Given the complexion of what we're moving toward trial for, in other words, count 1, count 2, and count 3, we are mounting a defense based on those 3 counts. If the First Circuit, and I've been advised by our appellate counsel to bring this up, and it was something that he feels very strongly about, we all do.
okay, Mr. Weinberg.
Mr. Weinberg, yes,
Okay.
Martin Weinberg. If in fact the First Circuit were to agree with our appeal,
Thank you, Amy.
and were to take some action on count 1 and count 3, for instance, either dismiss it or take some other action and remand down to the trial court for additional action, that would set the trial into upheaval. If once the jury is sworn, jeopardy attaches. And once jeopardy attaches, if there were to be some action taken on count 1 and count 3, for instance, those counts were to be dismissed, we would then be compelled and impelled to move to dismiss the entirety of the trial at that point, because that's a very different defense on count 2 than it is on count 1, 2, and 3. It's a different jury that we would pick.
I think I do.
It's a different strategy that we would employ, and jeopardy will have attached and the entire case would go away. Ergo, we believe the best practice for the court would be to continue the trial for purposes of letting the First Circuit make its determination about count 1 and count 3, and that's the reason for the motion.
All right, do you have any timeline on that?
I wish I did. I don't. I do have a generalized understanding of some of the briefing schedule, but in terms of the court making its decision, I don't. So we expect to get our brief in today, probably by the end of the day today. I believe the Commonwealth is going, or I believe that whoever it is that is appearing for the Commonwealth, for the court, I should say, not the Commonwealth, for the court, is due to file their responsive brief, their opposition. I think it's next week. It may be as late as the 26th, I want to say. I'm going by memory, Judge. So it's Monday? Okay. Mr. Schillinger has just indicated, I appreciate that. Did I say your name correctly? Thank you. Just indicated that it's Monday. The opposition is Monday, and then the reply brief would be due 2 days hence. So the briefing is going to be done in relatively short order. The decision, that's another question.
All right, thank you very much.
Of course.
Does it make sense for me to hear from Mr. Schillinger directly, or do you want to handle this, Mr. Brennan? Good afternoon. So we do need you to say your name.
Yeah, good morning, Your Honor. Caleb Schillinger.
All right, Mr. Schillinger, I have no idea how this works. So why don't you tell us?
Sure. So as Attorney Jackson mentioned, Your Honor, Judge Saylor issued his decision denying petition for habeas relief last Thursday. The defendant is pursuing a further appeal to the First Circuit. The parties have agreed to an expedited briefing schedule in front of the First Circuit. The defendant filed her brief earlier today in the First Circuit. The respondent's brief is due Monday, the 24th, and then the defendant's reply brief is due Wednesday, the 26th. As Attorney Jackson mentioned, parties are able to control that much in terms of coming up with an expedited briefing schedule. How long it would then take for the appeal to be decided after that is unknown. And the parties don't have the ability, obviously, to dictate that. I think more broadly, Your Honor, in terms of the arguments here, certainly if it were possible to have all of this resolved before moving forward, it would be which charges are going to go forward and which are. At the same time, Commonwealth is obviously strongly opposed to moving the trial. And so, while perhaps unfair to Your Honor, if there is some intermediate ground or additional information that Your Honor would be able to provide, I think that that would be helpful. We could further discuss this issue and come back tomorrow. I would note the motion for a stay that they are going to file, they have indicated, or Attorney Weinberg has indicated to me through email, will be filed with Judge Saylor, not with the First Circuit. So there's no deadline that that motion be filed today, tomorrow, or even Thursday. So this is not a decision that needs to be made immediately, Your Honor.
Okay.
And frankly, the Commonwealth would benefit from additional time to be able to discuss with the victim's family members, and to the extent perhaps the court is able to indicate whether some amount of time is feasible given the jurors' schedules that are coming in, Your Honor's schedule. That would be helpful information to inform this as well.
All right. I appreciate that. So one of the things that we would discuss at a final pretrial conference is how long this case is expected to take. So I think the Commonwealth filed or filled out the pretrial conference report a few weeks ago and said 20 trial days, 40. How many trial days do you remember you said, Mr. Brennan? Or what do you think your Commonwealth's case will be?
I don't remember what I put specifically, but I think if we have full trial days,
Yes.
5 days a week, I expect less than a month. I'm shooting for 3.5 weeks.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor,
24, I'm sorry.
our defense obviously is somewhat dependent upon the Commonwealth's presentation, but
Right.
my best estimate would probably be a week and a half, 2 weeks of full trial days for the defense, if I had to sort of throw a dart.
Okay. All right. The big question is jury impanelment. Again, I alluded to all the recent publicity that I think is going to be very problematic in getting a jury. So I'll let both sides talk. That makes sense to me. Months and months ago, we got the jury commissioner's office on this to get us the amount of jurors we need starting April 1st. That process will take additional months in order to, if we change the date. So that's very problematic. So I'll hear you all tomorrow on this then.
May we address the court at sidebar on one issue before you leave the bench?
Sure.
Okay, that sidebar ended up concluding the day, and it seems that they're going to be back, I believe, Thursday now. They pushed it back instead of coming back tomorrow because of, I guess, some scheduling issues that were just brought up by the defense there. So the big one there is that the Karen Reed's team is taking the federal track to the next level, to the First Circuit Court of Appeals, after the federal judge denied their habeas request to eliminate those top 2 charges for trial number 2. So they lost round 1 in the federal system, trying to convince the federal government that this is double jeopardy, that this jury did come to an agreement on not guilty on the top 2 charges. So they want to try Karen Reed the second time around with those 2 charges gone. The state, they exhausted their state resources going all the way up to the state Supreme Court, but the federal track is still an option and they are pursuing it. The problem is, should this trial be continued while the federal court weighs in? They've expedited the briefing. Both sides will brief this week. But what about a decision? We all know that the wheels of justice turn slowly. This is a massive case. Philip DeBay, this is a bit of a conundrum for Judge Cannoni. What do you propose she does, given all the things that she just outlined too, including the jury selection process, which is well underway for the April trial date and takes months to achieve in terms of jury pools? Your take on what should be done here?
It's not even close. She's going to deny that request to stay or to continue the criminal trial. Federal courts recognize a doctrine called abstention. The abstention doctrine means that federal courts, federal judges, federal magistrates will abstain from getting involved with state court prosecutions by way of delay, continuance, injunctions, etc., until the state court proceedings have resolved on their own in due course. And it's based on this notion of what we call comity, C-O-M-I-T-Y, where there is respect for sovereign nations' courts, sovereign states' courts, fellow jurisdictions' courts, without necessarily involving the federal government. And I think the other reason why, too, is that the lower court clearly denied the request for jeopardy relief. And the reason why is that it's already clearly established precedent by the U.S. Supreme Court that returning a verdict is a term of art. And what that means is that the jury has unanimously reached an agreement, that they have filled out and signed the verdict form, that the verdict gets published in open court and it gets recorded. If you don't have all 4 of those elements satisfied, you do not have a verdict and it cannot be published, period. It's almost like having a will or a trust that has not been formally executed and signed and witnessed. You have a testator who says, you know, again, I want Aunt Mildred to get the pearls. I want my butcher's best friend to get the pots and pans. I want cousin Shlomo to get the house, that kind of thing. That's all nice and good, and it's all laid out in a rough draft. But absent the final execution and the signatures and the witnessing, you don't have a will. You don't have a trust. And that's what happened with the verdict forms. They literally ended up with blank, rough drafts. No federal court is
But
going to disturb that with
a probate court could give
precedent.
a probate court could give Aunt Mildred the pearls eventually. It's just going to take longer, and the federal government could make a different decision on whether or not this is double jeopardy. We'll see how this plays out, but I agree with you. There's no way Cannoni's going to stop this train.
Okay, I agree. And we're back in court. By the way, guys, I took some medicine. I didn't want to take it. Hopefully it doesn't make me sleepy. But I am feeling a little more better. Let's just see how long it lasts. You know how it is. You get better for a couple hours.
Defendant is present, all counsel are present, jury and also present. Mr. Baker, you're still under oath. People may continue.
If you didn't discuss committing the murder of Fabio Sementilli with Monica prior to the murder, how did you know that your plan might backfire? How did you know that your plan might do that? I mean, how did you account for that? Like, what if she, after the murder, decided she couldn't afford to live here and move back to Canada?
Sorry, counsel. That is compound.
Again.
Did you consider, if you're telling the jury that you didn't discuss your plan with Monica to kill Fabio, that after the murder, she might move back to Canada?
She might have.
So wouldn't you have been in a better position to continue the relationship where you could see her whenever pretty much Fabio was at work or traveling?
I thought about it.
And
Yeah, it could have went either way.
so you told us that you thought by getting him out of the way that you would be able to have Monica all to yourself, right?
True.
But if she moved back to Canada, you wouldn't have her at all,
Very
right?
true. That's also true.
So then what was your plan? What was your plan B?
There was no plan B.
No plan B.
No,
So if she left, she left.
nothing I could do about it.
I see. So you went to all of these great lengths to set up this murder and bring in Chris Austin and all of the things you've told us about over the last several days on the chance that somehow Monica would be able to find a way to stay in the United States and in California with you.
Well, I knew that she definitely wanted to be in the United States because she was talking about the daughters staying in school. So I knew she was going to stay in the United States, regardless whatever happens anywhere.
Okay. Do you recall after your arrest being placed into a cell that you talked about with Monica with a cellmate?
Could have been. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling your cellmate to be careful what he talked about because the cell contained cameras and recorders?
Probably. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling your cellmate everything that you say is being watched and recorded?
We all think that way. Yeah.
You thought that.
I don't remember saying it, but we all think that way.
Okay. I'm just asking what you thought.
I always think we're being recorded.
And did you also tell your cellmate that you know how to work the system?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember the cellmate. I've had a few cellmates, so you gotta help me out with that.
Well, it was the date you were arrested, as I said, on this case.
Oh, okay, I got you. I don't remember that conversation.
When you were talking to your cellmate, did you tell your cellmate that you don't know anything about this murder and that I have no idea why the motherfuckers think it's me?
Woo! Well,
I don't remember saying it, but I probably would say something like that.
Whoa. Did you tell them some woman's dude got killed in a home invasion robbery or some shit?
Again, I don't remember the conversation, but I probably would say something like that.
Did you refer to Monica as your confidant and your friend?
I don't remember.
Does it sound like something you would say?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying, I'm trying to keep her cool. I'm trying to see how she feels. She's like a confidant, friend, you know?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. Did you tell your cellmate that law enforcement had the wrong motherfucker?
I don't remember the conversation.
Oh my
Does that
God.
sound like you?
Could have been.
Do you remember telling your cellmate Fabio was a big-time celebrity exec? This motherfucker was high profile. He was big time.
I don't remember that.
Did you tell your cellmates, it ain't me? I know it ain't me.
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. Do you remember telling us earlier today that you had probably around 5 interviews with the defense?
Yes.
Do you remember when the first one was?
No.
Do you remember when the first one was in relation to your plea in this case, which was July 7th of 2023?
I don't remember the exact dates.
Okay. How about August 7th of 2023? Remember that?
I don't remember dates. I don't log this stuff down.
Okay. Do you remember that in the first interview, you talked about the letter that you wrote to Monica?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I had a lot of discussions, but I'm sure we talked about it.
Showing you people 628.
I think that's defense.
It is. Sorry, defense 628. You recognize the writing here?
Yes,
Whose writing is that?
it's mine.
And this is the letter we talked about yesterday, right? Where you told us that you spent an entire day writing this letter, right?
I spent some time, yeah. I wrote the letter.
You wrote it.
I wrote it.
And you gave it to the defense.
Yes.
And this was your attempt to apologize to Monica, right? For killing her husband.
To make it easy for you, yes.
I'm sorry?
To make it easy for you, yes.
Okay. Why do I want you to make it easy for me? Is that what your intent was? Isn't that what you told the
because-
defense on direct?
No, I'm just making it easier for you so that way you can say it's me who
Objection,
wrote it.
non-responsive. Move to strike.
Stricken.
Again, did you tell the defense on direct that this was your attempt at an apology?
Probably.
And then did you give it to the defense to give to Monica?
Yes.
And so here you wrote that you have a lot
afraid
to
I'm-
say, right? And the first
think I'm feeling
paragraph that I'm pointing to here, as much as I want to apologize to say I'm sorry of what happened to him, you and everyone else, it will never be enough for me to emphasize, especially to you, right?
Yes, what I wrote.
And in the letter, you knew that the murder occurred in January, right? You wrote January 2017 when this all happened. Right?
I wrote it.
Is that what you wrote?
Yeah, because I didn't even know the date.
Okay, but you wrote January 2017.
Yes.
So you knew the month.
Yeah.
And you knew the year.
Yes.
And you said your intent was actually to deliver a gift for Monica's birthday, right?
Correct.
However, unknowing it was an unforeseen disaster, right? Is that what you wrote?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said it got worse, right?
A disaster for which I feel horrible. It got worse. Yes.
Okay. And then you wrote, it was supposed to have been a good thing, but it went horribly wrong. Right?
I wrote that.
Okay. And then you said, who could you tell? Who could you explain this to? No one, right?
Talking about me, yes.
And then you said the incident,
Amy, you're
meaning
fine.
the murder, plummeted you into your own mental chaos, right?
It did.
It matches my
And then
lip
you
gloss.
said, further down, I am sincerely, deeply sorry, right?
Correct.
And then you wrote about in this letter about how you and Monica did various niceties of dropping notes on our cars or places that was personal, right?
Yes.
Slipping cards, mementos, and gifts.
Correct.
And that you prided yourself on turning up the niceties a notch at times, right?
Yes.
That you would leave notes, cards, gifts in or on a car she would drive all over the valley.
If I could.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
And that placing drawn posters with messages only she would know were hers, placed on routes she'd travel, right?
Yes, I wrote that.
And then on the back of page 1, you wrote that I drop in on you in places. I think you wrote here by accident, just to let you know you're thought of, right?
I wrote it.
And you said to show you how special she is, lunches, dinners, spa days, spoil you days, little shopping sprees, spontaneous little things, right?
I wrote it.
And then you started talking about her birthday in 2017, where you gave her a gift, right?
I wrote it.
Okay. And then you said that because she had commitments and couldn't really do a dinner or lunch, to make it a sort of ceremony, that you had a grander gift of a necklace, ring, designer card, right? That you wanted to give her.
I wrote that.
And you said when I gave you that in passing gift, you hinted before all this happened that you had more gifts for her, right?
I wrote that.
And that you were going to find a way to make her birthday special, correct?
I wrote that.
And you said you were going to wait for an opportunity to give her the gift,
I wrote that.
right?
I wrote all this.
Yes. And then you said you needed
Baby
to
girl.
put them somewhere, these gifts that you bought for her, these additional presents, somewhere that she would find it, right?
I wrote that.
And that you had an idea. Right?
I wrote all this.
You said you had a little impromptu drop-off plan. Package the gifts up, place it under the seat of her car, right?
I wrote that.
And then you said, but that would require a lot of surveillance. And asking a smart woman too many questions on her whereabouts will sound alarm bells, right?
I wrote that.
So then you said, when you told us just a couple minutes ago that you didn't know the date, in here you wrote the date, right? Days before the 23rd of January.
Yeah, I always kind of knew what the date was, but I didn't really know the dates.
But yet you wrote it.
I know, I get that. I get that. I really don't know dates that well, but go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. But you knew it here, right?
Okay.
And so you said that you coordinated that a package was going to be delivered to her on a league night, right? Racquetball league night. Correct?
I wrote that.
And that you plan to have it dropped off at the gym. And if that wasn't done that night, it was going to be placed under the seat of the Mustang in the driveway as a last resort by a paid deliverer. Correct?
That's what I wrote.
And then you wrote how it was difficult to accomplish this, right?
That's what I wrote.
The deliverer that you contacted wasn't available, so you were forced to wait for another time, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you said the opportunity came up on the 23rd of January. Again, the date.
That's what I wrote.
And you said that instead of dropping it off on the windshield, you were going to bring it to her home, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you talked about how you met to play racquetball, that Monica mentioned she was barely able to squeeze racquetball in because her day was filled with busyness and errands, right?
Says the opportunity presented itself, you and I met to play racquetball. Okay.
And you said the more you listened, you got the feeling that everyone at the house was going out running errands also, right?
Yes.
So you said you saw the potential to deliver the present.
Yes.
And so basically, you told Monica that you were planning to drop off a gift to her at the home, right?
That was the intent of the letter.
Okay. And you talked about placing some jewelry and a card somewhere in the house where she would be surprised, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you said it had to be in a place where she would find it and no one else would stumble across it, right?
That's what I wrote in
So
this
you
letter.
decided that you were going to place this gift and this designer card on her pillow, on her bed,
I just wrote that in the letter.
right? And your plan was to drop it off and then text her to check under her pillow. Right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you go on to talk about how you had it in your racquetball bag and you were worried she would see it in your bag. Remember?
Do I remember? No, I just remember. I'm just looking at. I agree. That's what I wrote.
Okay. And then you talked in length about how you had to rinse your hand off from this racquetball injury, and that she was trying to help you, that you made a mess with towels and water, right?
That's what I wrote.
When you were asked about it here, when I asked you about it yesterday, you talked about putting your hand in your mouth and then putting a Band-Aid over it, right?
Eventually, yes.
Okay.
We just didn't go into detail, but that's what we. That's what you. I only answer what you ask.
I see. And then you said that Monica took a plastic bag from you with the towels home with her, right?
That's what I put out. That's what I put on the letter.
And your mind was already on getting the gift to her. So everything else was forgotten, right? So you weren't focused on your injury.
I'm on your. This is just what I wrote for this letter.
Yes.
Yes, I
And you
wrote this.
spent a lot of time, as we talked about yesterday, planning out what you were going to say, right?
I just wrote it. I just
Wrote it over the course of a day, right?
I think so.
And it's fairly lengthy, right? Front and back, as we talked about,
Okay.
every single line, right?
Okay.
And so you said that even to drop off a gift, you decided it would be better if I had an extra set of eyes. Right?
That's what I wrote.
And you never use the name Fabio, just like in the overhears. Instead, you refer to him as him, right?
I might have. I mean, I'm sure I do. I don't usually say his name.
Right. And neither did Monica, right? Two of you only refer to him as he or him.
I only speak for myself.
Well, in the overhears with her,
That's on
the
you.
two of you did not in 60 hours
I
ever
just
use
speak.
his name, right?
I just speak for myself.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
And then you said it irked you to have him think
He's being combative.
he burns you on time, effort, and partial payment, right? What are you referring to?
Oh, this is referring to the fictitious person.
I see.
Not, yeah, that's what that
So
meant.
you went into some detail on how this fictitious person irked you.
Yes.
And then you said, shortly before the drop, your deliverer and you were going over the impromptu plan, which obviously isn't so impromptu, right?
I wrote that.
Okay.
I wrote that. Your extra stuff, I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said that it was going to be a very loose plan, right?
That's what I wrote.
Okay. And you said that you knew you were going to go towards the Ralphs in her area to figure out the easiest approach to drop it off, right?
That's what.
Sorry, I'm having to mute so much because of my coughing. I am so sorry. Let's go back. Love the earrings. I like those up there. I like the dangles. I like all of them. You did a great job, Boo. I like the flowers. I love the bouquet. That's gorgeous. Oh my gosh, that's gorgeous. That is fun. I could see you selling those for kids. Oh, F-bomb. Love it. I need an F-bomb for the studio. We need an F-bomb for the studio. Let me know how much it is and I'll get one from you. Oh, that's cute. And then there you are with your thing. Oh, wow. You're doing a great job. Don't second guess yourself, hon. But then again, I understand. I do it all the time when I do my own stuff. But you did a great job. Proud of you, hon. I am so proud of you. Nice job. Keep up the good work, love.
What I wrote.
And that she texted you or called you and asked you what you were doing and where you were.
That's what I wrote.
Right?
That's what I wrote.
And that she said that she was nearby and hoped to see you in a few minutes.
That's what I wrote.
Where you said that it was your usual see each other if we can, while we could, if time permitted, right?
That's what I wrote on this paper.
And then you said the two of you met up at the Target. right? So in this letter, you're talking about, again, on January 23rd, where you and Monica met up at the Target parking lot, right?
I just wrote this on the paper.
Yes.
That's
But you're
more.
referring to an actual event, right?
I guess we were in the same parking lot together.
Right. And you said you met briefly at the Target parking lot. See this?
I see what I wrote.
And you said that you were hoping that you wouldn't give anything away. This big surprise of this extra gift and this card, right?
Whatever it is I wrote on this paper, I wrote it.
Okay. And what you got from her was that everybody was out running errands or school, right?
Whatever's on this paper, I wrote it.
Okay. So at that point in the parking lot, you're basically stating that Monica told you everybody was out, right?
No, no, this is.
No?
I already knew this before. I knew this earlier during the day. I knew this earlier during the day.
But
Period.
you're talking about a conversation that happened in the parking lot, right?
No, there's no conversation in the parking lot. This is earlier during the day of the information there.
Okay. You see right here where it says we met briefly at the Target park, and then on the next line, ing lot.
That's what I wrote, but it doesn't mean we met and talked.
I see.
It doesn't say any of that.
So you met at the Target parking lot, but you did not speak, right?
No need to.
No need to speak.
No,
You just get together and be silent.
there was no get together.
Got it. So you wrote this, right?
I wrote the whole thing.
Okay. And then you said all that you got from her was everyone was out running errands or school, right? And that she was going to go buy groceries or something, right?
Well, apparently this is all fictitious, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Objection, move to strike,
Stricken.
non-responsive. That's what you wrote here,
I
right?
did write that.
And then on the next page, you said your chat was very short. So it sounds like there was a conversation, right? Sounded like no one home, right?
That's what's written on the paper.
Or that nobody would be home for an hour or two, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said you went to the house, right?
That's what I wrote on the paper. I wrote the entire thing.
Okay. And you said there were no cars in the driveway. As expected, no one seemed there, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said there was a guy with you to drop off the package, right? The gift and the card. You needed a guy to come with you to drop this off, right?
That's what was written.
And the guy with you was more nervous than you were, right?
That was what's written on that paper.
And then you wrote, it made everything seem slow. You testified in this case that everything seemed to go really fast, right? When you were at the house committing the crime.
I testified to that.
And then you said, that you somehow got into the house, right? And you said you approached her bed and put the envelope with the jewelry carefully under her pillow, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said, my other set of eyes apparently heard something. When you say your other set of eyes, what are you referring to here?
My make-believe set of eyes at the time.
Your second person, right?
Nah, it just has nothing to do with what happened, because it's obviously the same thing.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, when you say the other set of eyes apparently heard something, you're referring to the second person that you brought with you.
I'm not referring to anything
Well,
except this letter.
just before that, you said that the guy with you was more nervous than you, and it made you nervous, right?
That's what I wrote here.
And then you said, eventually inside, I cautiously approached, and your other set of eyes apparently heard something. So you're referring to the other person that you're with, right?
Whatever I wrote on this paper is what I wrote.
Okay. And then you said that you were placing the envelope and you left your line of sight to see if anybody was coming. The other person did, I guess. Correct? And you lost sight of him, meaning the person with you.
This is the letter I wrote.
Okay. And then you said, I wasn't leaving without him and I was ready to leave. I carefully went to the back to find him. I heard a TV outside. No one in the back. TV was on. It went bad from there, right?
That's what I wrote.
Then you said, all I remember is going down numb. I knew I'd been hit hard by something, right? That's what you wrote.
I did write that.
So in this story, without actually saying what happened, you are basically telling Monica that Fabio was to blame for his own murder, right?
Yes.
And you said you remember being down and the odd sensation of first not hearing. So you actually go into detail here, right? Right?
I wrote this letter.
And you said I sort of blanked out, kind of like you told the jury that you did in the murder, right?
This is what I wrote.
Okay. With fear, panic, and your last thought was, I'm going to be killed, right?
That's what I wrote.
So you grabbed what you could to defend yourself. In other words, you acted in self-defense in Fabio Sementilli's home. Right?
What you see here before you, I wrote.
And that you let instinct take over, right? You weren't responsible for what you did it instinctually, right?
Whatever you see in this letter, I wrote.
Okay? And then you said you had been struck with something from behind, only catching a glimpse as I was down. So you never even say what you saw, right?
I wrote this letter.
And you said a guy that was standing over you was coming closer. Right?
I wrote this letter.
And you said one asked to protect one's family and home. Right?
I did write this letter.
And then the next thing you know, I heard the voice of the guy I went to look for. He was inaudible to me and panicked. So your second set of eyes, right? The deliverer.
This letter I wrote.
And at this point, you said, when you woke up, you noticed you were in the kitchen, weak, tired, and shocked, confused, right? Terrified. That's what you wrote.
That's what I wrote.
And you said you wanted to run, but you didn't know what to do, right?
I did write this letter.
And you said you didn't hear anybody behind you because of the TV and it was a disaster, right?
I did write this letter.
And then you go on. Again, top of page 8, in detail, talking about your adrenaline, right? Realizing what had just happened. right?
I did write this letter.
And that anyone could walk in. And the person who's with you is panicked and terrified and about to run, right?
I did write this letter.
And then you wrote, I was a mental wreck, correct?
I did write this letter.
Okay. And then again, you went into this detailed explanation about what a disaster this was, right?
I did write this letter.
And just like you told the jury, you decided to try and make it look like a home invasion, right?
I did write this letter.
And so again, just like you told the jury, you took anything that looked of value to make it appear a robbery. Any gifts, clothes that you had bought Monica, equipment that you gave her for the gym, anything, right?
I did write this letter.
And then you said you saw the plastic bag with the towels in the sink. Did you know that, we talked about this yesterday, that Delia Pacheco Rivera was there that day and that she thoroughly cleaned the house. Did you know that?
I don't even know who she is.
Did you know that there was, according to her, nothing in the sink when she left?
I wouldn't know that.
Well, you were there after, right? In reality. Like IRL. In real
After.
life.
Yeah, after. You mean
And
after she left?
You came after she left.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't know that then.
Well, your blood was all over the place. Right?
Yes, yes. Well,
And then, I'm sorry, you have a question?
no, you said all over the place. I'm sure my blood was someplace, but I didn't know it was all over.
Really, because you told us the one thing your attorney did go over with you when you kept denying to him that you were responsible for this crime was the DNA. That he went over the DNA results with you. Remember testifying that on direct?
I never denied. I only asked to see evidence.
Objection,
I never
was right,
denied.
non-responsive.
Second.
Again, do you remember testifying to that on direct, that your lawyer went over with you the DNA results?
Eventually, yes.
So you knew that your blood was all over the house, right?
I knew there was blood in the house.
And you talked to Monica about it in the overhears, right? You talked about your blood being in the kitchen. Remember that?
No.
Talked about your blood being in the garage. Remember that?
I don't remember the conversation.
Talked about your blood being in the master bedroom, right?
That one I didn't know.
And so you said that you took the plastic bag with the towels in the sink, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you were in a daze and you didn't know what you were doing, right? Kind of like you told us.
That's what I wrote in the letter.
And then you go back to the mental chaos, right?
That's what I wrote.
How you calmed yourself down so that you could get out of the house without running into anybody, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you went into the sorrow and your pain and your sadness and all of those things, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you said you could barely keep it together, right?
I did write this letter.
And then you went on to talk about you, yourself, right? what a wreck you were.
I wrote the letter.
And you said that there was no way you could describe your inner pandemonium, right?
I wrote the letter.
Okay. And you talked about trying to be your best, your usual self, right?
I wrote this letter.
And on the next page, you talked about going to the gym, right? And getting people, just as you talked about here, to go with you over to Monica's house, right?
I wrote this letter, yeah.
And you went on about your interactions with various people in some detail, right?
Can we go back a little bit ahead of that? A little further ahead of that? I'm trying to remember all this. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And you said you went into the house with people from the league, right?
I wrote that.
And you said you almost totally broke down, right?
I wrote this, yes, I wrote it.
Yeah. And you go on and on about you, yourself, right? Correct?
I wrote, yeah, I wrote that.
And again, on the next page, the back of the next page, you're again talking about yourself and your inner turmoil, right?
I wrote that.
And that eventually you got to feeling better, right?
He can't say yes. He can't just say yes. It's I wrote that. 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 Just say yes for God's sake.
I wrote that.
I'm sick as it is. I don't need to get on my brains in your crap.
And
Just saying.
again, you went on about your inner turmoil, and eventually you picked a place for you and Monica to get together, right? A busy place, and you said you met in a car, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you thought about telling her what had happened just because you tried to give her a present that she knew nothing about, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said, when you saw her, the beauty and the grief popped out, right?
That's what I wrote.
Okay. And then you went on about how you were trying to keep it together, right? Again, all about you, right?
All about me. I wrote it. It's all about me. I wrote it.
Talk about me. Want to talk about? I want to talk about number one. Oh me, oh my. What I think, what I like, what I hope to be. I might talk about you usually, but I want to talk about me. Yeah.
And you talked about cheering her up,
Poorly done.
right? Right?
Right. I wrote the letter.
And that you went from liking Monica very much to falling in love, right?
That's what I wrote.
Okay. And that you were happy, right?
I said, I came to be happy. There you go. Came to be happy.
That's Monica. You did.
So that's what I wrote.
Okay. And you talked about how the two of you went out, did things, and started enjoying your life, right?
That's what I wrote. I did write this.
And then you talked about seeking a lawyer, right? You talked about the police.
I wrote this whole letter, yes.
Okay. And that your panic episodes were becoming more rare, right?
I did write this letter. Yes, I did.
And you talked about that you were trying to cover up at your own peril, right? Based on your past run-ins and experiences with law enforcement.
I did write this
We
letter.
talked about that the two of you discussed.
I did write this letter.
And you talked about your remorse, right?
I did write this letter.
And she said that she understood why you would be paranoid based on your past run-ins with law enforcement.
I did write this letter.
So right here in the letter, you're talking about the fact that Monica was aware because you discussed it with her and your paranoia, and that she said she understood why, right?
That's what I wrote. I wrote this letter. I did write it.
And then you again go on trying to keep this story from her as long as you could, but at this point you just had to tell her, right?
I did write this letter.
And you talked about how people are looking to see if you have remorse, but you don't care what anybody thinks, right?
I did write this letter.
Okay. And so that's what you wrote to her, was this lengthy apology letter that you then gave to Mr. Levine and his investigator to give to Monica, and you told them that this was what had happened, right?
Which question was this now?
You gave them the letter,
I did give them the letter.
and you asked them to give it to Monica,
I did do that.
right?
I did do that.
So you went into, as we saw, quite a bit of detail, right, in this letter, this apology letter.
I just wrote the letter.
So you're saying you did not?
I did write the letter.
And as we just looked at, it's numerous pages long, right?
It is.
And you talked about the fact that you agreed that the letter was ridiculous, and I think you said it was trash. That was the word you used on direct, right?
Yes.
So in other words, this very long, detailed letter that you gave to the defense to give to Monica was full of lies.
Legally, it was trash.
Legally,
Yeah,
it's a
I mean,
legal term.
Yeah, I mean, it was not sworn to. It's just trash. Everything
Got
is
it.
trash without being
Just
sworn
trash. Okay. So what you asked them to give to Monica, expressing your apology, was basically pages and pages and pages of lies.
to. From a legal standpoint, yes.
I'm sorry?
From the legal standpoint, yes.
Did you go to law school at some point?
Never went to law school.
Oh, so you just, when you say from a legal standpoint, what is that based on?
Classes. I went to a couple of
Classes.
classes. Yeah. Went to a couple of classes
Uh-huh. Where'd you take your classes?
in Central Texas College.
And so,
What? Central Texas College?
Went to a couple of classes
uh-huh. Where'd you take your classes?
in Central Texas College.
And so, did Monica's lawyer, Mr. Levine, tell you that your story sounded ridiculous?
No,
He didn't say that.
he didn't say anything about it.
Okay.
He
It's
just said
online
he's going
code.
to have to turn it over to you,
Uh-huh.
which kind of surprised me.
And so that was, as we said, your first interview. which was August 7th, a month after you entered your plea, right?
I'm not sure of the dates.
And where did that particular interview take place?
In jail,
Which jail?
Los Angeles County.
Men's Central?
No,
Where?
it's called NCCF, I think.
Yes. Out in the Newhall area. Yes? North County Correctional Facility?
It's NCCF. Yeah, that's all I know.
Was your attorney present during this interview? Mr. Simran?
The first one?
No, Mr. Simran,
No,
your
the-
lawyer.
Was he there for the first or second one or what?
Your Honor, that's some facts, not an evidence of that.
Overruled.
Was Mr. Simran present with you during this interview that you had with Mr. Levine and Mr. Dawson?
No, I don't think so.
And was it recorded?
As far as I know, no.
Never saw a transcript or anything like that.
I'll be back.
No.
Your Honor, we were prohibited to record.
Very good.
So, did at any point in time, Mr. Levine talk to you about how they could come to the court and get an order so that they could record your interview? So there would be some documentation, some proof of a recording that they could later play for the jury? You ever mention that to you? No?
No.
And you didn't ask him to record it so that there would be proof of what you had said in the course of your interview with Mr. Levine for the jury, right?
No.
And so after that date, did you then have yet another interview with Mr. Levine and Mr. Dawson?
I had a few of them, so I don't remember exactly how many and what dates. I don't have all that info in front of me.
Okay. Do you remember having an interview with Mr. Levine again and Mr. Dawson in custody on February 12th of 2024?
I don't remember the dates.
Okay. If I were to tell you that you had an interview on February 12th of 2024, does that refresh your recollection?
I don't remember the dates, but I remember having interviews.
Okay. How about February 8th? Did you have an interview on February 8th?
I do not remember the dates.
At any point in time, were you given a recording to review or a transcript from that February interview?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
There were, I don't know what dates were when, but there were times where I was asked to listen to certain portions of something and asked, what does this mean? And I can't even remember what it was.
I'm not asking you about the fact that they played various items of evidence for you.
I don't know if it's
I'm
evidence or not.
asking you whether your interview at the beginning of February with Mr. Levine was recorded.
No, I don't remember it being recorded.
Okay. At any point in time, were you provided with a report to review or notes
John.
regarding your February interviews?
I'm always looking at little stuff, but I don't remember specifically what it was.
Again, were you provided with any notes or report to review of your interviews that took place with Mr. Levine and his investigator?
I don't recall what kind of notes and paperwork it was, so I can't say exactly what it was.
Well, were you ever shown this report dated February 12th?
I've never seen this before.
Never seen it before.
No.
So you were never provided with this report that indicates that you were interviewed by Mr.
Your Honor,
Levine.
could we approach the?
All right.
Sidebar. I do not like the sound of that woman's voice. Gerald, why are you saying you slept at a Holiday Inn last night? What are you talking about? Boo? Do I even want to know?
Statements in front of the
You
jury.
may not.
Been shown this report before, correct?
This document? No, I've never seen this document.
You see here that it indicates, as you mentioned, that you were interviewed at
Your Honor,
NCCF.
could I ask who wrote on that report?
Your Honor, I would object to counsel's
Counsel.
interruptions and statements in front of the
You
jury.
may not.
Why did you put this stuff in Holiday Inn last night?
Again. Just as you said, you were interviewed at NCCF on 4 different days. Do you see that?
That's what it says.
We talked about August 7th being the date where you handed over the apology letter, right?
I see what it says here.
You were interviewed September 12th, right, of 2023,
I agree. That's on this paper.
December 6th of 2023,
That's what it says.
and February 8th of 2024, right?
That's what it says on this paper.
And here it indicates that on August 7th, that Mr. Levine and his investigator, Mr. Dawson, introduced themselves to you, and that they had obtained permission from Mr. Simran to interview you, right? And you agreed to talk to them.
I did agree to talk to them.
And at that interview, you gave them the letter that I just went through with you, right?
I guess so, yeah.
And that you claimed you were going to mail it to Monica, right?
Yes, I do remember that.
And you said the reason for writing the letter, the multi-page letter, was so that Monica would understand why the murder happened and what happened, right?
Yes.
And you wrote the letter as an apology so that she would know there was no ill intent on your part, right?
That's what it says on the paper, yeah.
Well, that's what you told them, right? You're not saying they took down something that you didn't say.
Well, they shortened
Your words,
they
right?
shortened it. They shortened it.
They shortened it.
Yeah, but that's the gist of it.
Okay. What did they shorten? What did they leave out? Since it wasn't recorded, I wouldn't know. So
No.
tell me what was left out.
I just let
Sustained.
What was left out?
Motion to strike.
Comments of counsel is not stricken.
Again,
Yes.
what was left out?
Night, Bob.
Tell us, please.
well, again, verbatim, I don't have the exact verbiage locked in, so I don't know. But the idea was to let her know that it was basically, I did this because I love her.
You did it because you love her.
It was a roundabout way of doing it, yeah. That was the intent of the letter, but it's just they just shortened the version for this report. I see.
Did the murder because you love her.
That's what I just said.
Okay. What else? When you said it was shortened, what else did you say?
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it simple because I don't remember the exact verbiage, and that's it. I don't remember the exact verbiage. I don't.
And when you told Mr. Levine and his investigator that it was an apology because there was no ill intent on your part, you murdered Fabio Sementilli. So when you say no ill intent, what is it that you said? Or were those not your words?
They just shortened it to a report. I see. That's what I can see right here. Again, what?
Move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
You said to Mr. Levine and his investigator that the multi-page letter was meant as an apology, right?
That's what I said.
And that there was no ill intent on your part, correct?
That's what it says here.
Well, my question again is that what you told them?
I don't remember if I said it exactly like that.
If there was a recording, would that help you remember?
Objection, Your Honor, that's been asked and answered. There is no.
Sustained.
There's no recording. So this is all we have. So if you said,
I'm sorry?
Motion to strike, that's inappropriate.
Well, there's nothing to strike, but it is inappropriate.
again, if you said there was no ill intent on your part, is that what's written here? Or did you say
Hey, Gerald, I don't know why I'm fixated on this. Why are you saying you slept in a Holiday Inn last night? You okay?
something different than that?
I don't remember exactly verbatim what was said.
Do you remember saying something like that?
About there was no ill intent.
Yes.
That was the gist of the letter.
The gist of the letter was that you had no intent.
I'm just answering your question.
Is that what you're saying?
That was the intent of the letter.
Council,
Sidebar. Hey, Gerald, you're not answering me. Why are you saying you slept at a Holiday Inn last night? Oh, got it. I thought you were saying like you really did it yourself. I was like, what?
So, again, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Monica was always going to deny your affair?
Early on, yes. She oh no, did I tell him that? I think I did.
And did you tell them it was because she didn't want to look bad in the eyes of her family?
I believe I said that.
And in the lockup, we also heard a conversation, actually a few conversations between you and Monica talking about that her family might disown her. Remember having that kind of a conversation?
Not really.
Doesn't remember. You don't remember that part.
No.
And then at that point, did you give a different story of what happened when you murdered Fabio Sementilli?
I gave a different story on this one, on the letter. So yeah, it was a different story.
Okay, so that would be version 2, right?
I don't know what versions you're talking about, but
Well,
there's
the first
different
version
versions.
was the letter, right?
Okay.
So you gave them a second version, right?
I gave them a second version.
Second story, right?
Okay.
You remember that?
Not really, but I'm sure I did.
Okay. And you said that in your interview with Mr. Levine that your lawyer went over the DNA results with you, just like we talked about here, right?
Certain aspects of it, yes.
Well, he gave you the results,
What does that mean?
where your DNA was found in the house.
Okay, yes.
Do you remember that?
That part, yes.
Okay. And then did you express to Mr. Levine that your attorney didn't show you the bulk of the evidence?
Yes.
Did your attorney,
Objection, the first reference to the attorney.
again,
Okay, so it's vagueness.
Pardon?
It's vagueness.
Yes.
It's this thing.
did you tell,
Again, comments of counsel are not evidence. That is not to be stricken.
Did-
There is no answer.
did you tell Mr. Levine that you had not seen the bulk of the evidence?
Yes.
Did your attorney, Mr. Simran, speak to you every time you came to court?
Speak to me?
Yes,
Like hello? Yes.
about the case.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Did you call him at his office on numerous occasions
Well, I've tried to call him many times.
to discuss the evidence?
I've tried to call him many times.
And did the two of you speak numerous times on the phone about the case?
Not numerous, not compared to the times I've answered.
Okay, so approximately how many times would you say you and your lawyer talked about the case, Mr.
Not-
Simran?
How many times? 6 years. Not counting court appearances.
No, let's include those.
But he didn't talk much during court appearances.
How many times did you and your lawyer discuss the case?
I don't want to give an exact number because you'll hold me to it, but it wasn't a lot. It
Give
wasn't a
me
lot.
an estimate.
Estimates seems to make me a liar too, so it wasn't a lot though. It's probably, all right, I'm gonna try to answer this question. 6 times. Maybe, it feels like 20 times.
20 times. Could it be more than that?
It might be, but it feels like about 20.
Feels like.
Minus the court appearances. With the court appearances, you can add those to it too, but there was no real information exchanged.
No real information.
Not really.
Well, based on the no real information, you decided that you might as well enter a plea in this case because you believe that you would be convicted, correct?
Yes.
And when you took your plea in this case, when you entered your plea, you were asked whether or not you had reviewed the evidence in this case and gone over all of the evidence as well as your rights and privileges before you entered your plea, right?
That was asked of me.
And you said yes, right?
I did.
Council, let me interrupt at this time. Let's take a lunch and recess until 1:30. The evidence applies. Now discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, inform or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30.
Hello, Miss Rhonda. I am still feeling pretty bad, but want to say it is so sweet that my honey is so encouraging. He's so sweet. And in 72 minutes, we're going to have a touchdown. Excuse me. I'm getting hot. I'm getting cold. Of the NASA SpaceX Crew 9, which is supposed to touch down in 72 minutes at approximate 3:45. We've had a very interesting day. We had Miss Karen Reed first thing this morning. Miss Karen Reed, the judge started with the prohackfus, with the attorneys and the ARCA witnesses. And for a minute, everyone thought he was going to get rid of all the prohackfus attorneys, and only Mr. Yannetti would have been allowed to try the case. Then she proceeded to smack the hand of Jackson, sorry. Oh, didn't mean to do that. It was a smackdown. I know, babe. I got it. We're good. And so Karen Reed won on that point. Thank you, God. She got to keep her attorneys, and they're moving forward. Jackson, they got up and wanted to do a delay of trial, but the judge did say that that would take months and months to get this redone. Getting the jury redone and everything would take months. And she is not ready to do that. But she is looking at the situation. The defense was wanting a delay because they're waiting to hear on the appeal of the Court of Appeal, Superior Justice Court, on the first and third charges concerning double jeopardy. So everything else was either so far was agreed upon by the defense and the prosecution, or she took it under advisement. We really didn't have a whole lot of decisions today. Then we go into the Lori Vallow Dabo. I was feeling pretty crappy by then, so I can't tell you everything that happened. Send me what, Gerald? No, I'm just telling them how supportive you've been. Honey, boo. Oh, gosh. I know I won't bore y'all with that. So, that's where we is. Oh my gosh, that's kind of cool. Look at all the space junk. Look at all that junk over here. That's outside the window. And they're going to be flying across Mexico. Oh. And hopefully landing right here by Florida. Is that just like junk? Space junk? What is that? That is weird.
Wilmore 464 days. And for Alexander Gorbanov, this is his first spaceflight and return home, and will clock in at 171 days for him. For Haig and Gorbanov, they would launch on the Dragon spacecraft back in late September and spend that time aboard the International Space Station. For Wilmore and Williams aboard the Boeing Starliner that would launch back in early June. The Crew 9 quartet would undock from the International Space Station after fond farewells and goodbyes early this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern.
I saw that.
And they would depart the zenith port of the Harmony module.
Hey, babe.
That is the space-facing port in which the Dragon would maneuver up, around, and underneath the station on a series of undocking burns and departure burns to back away in the neighborhood of that station, and then complete a series of departure burns and phasing burns to put the Dragon spacecraft on the appropriate trajectory to begin its journey home. We are 35 minutes away from the next burn sequence for the Dragon spacecraft, the prop waste burn, and that is going to allow the spacecraft to expend unnecessary propellant and have the spacecraft reduce its mass in preparation for further deorbit activities, and that would lead right into the deorbit burn an hour and 34 minutes from now. Splashdown, again, targeted off the coast of Florida in the Gulf near Tallahassee. 2 hours and 21 minutes from this moment. 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. We'll continue our audio coverage until about 3:30 p.m. Central Time, and that's when we will hand over to both our NASA colleagues and SpaceX partners over in Hawthorne, California. That'll take us live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as the social media channels beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for all the coverage of reentry and splashdown. So far, so good, and the crew happy and healthy aboard the Dragon spacecraft. 4 good suits after the recent suit check, and they continue their progress in their journey home to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston.
Guys, I'm visiting with a friend. I'll be right back with you. Guys, I'm gonna get the funk stop. Did y'all just see that? That was freaking lightning in space.
Burn.
That was like lightning in space. It was over here. Look at all the space junk, y'all. There was a lot of it earlier. It looked like it was lightning in space.
What do you want?
I've got multiples going. This is the actual NASA site, I think. Let me just do this and go back. That was cool, y'all. Oh, I can't, it's not showing up now. It looked like lightning over here.
25 freedoms.
That's what they had. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Look, come here. Oh, that's. I don't know. Look like lightning. I don't know if there is lightning. You saw it too, Amy? But it was over here. It was like a light. It may be just a light source running through. But then it looked like lightning. It was weird. UFO, says Gerald. Adios, amiga. Thank you. That was awesome. I kind of like seeing that. And they say space is very, especially around the Earth, is with all the debris field and all the old satellite dishes and everything else. It's like walking through a minefield. See? Not a UFO. Sorry.
Going to allow the spacecraft to expend unnecessary propellant and have the spacecraft reduce its mass in preparation for further deorbit activities, and that would lead right into the deorbit burn an hour and 34 minutes from now. Splashdown again targeted off the coast of Florida in the Gulf near Tallahassee.
Y'all start the dad
2
joke.
hours and 21 minutes from this moment. 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. We'll continue our audio coverage until about 3:30 p.m. Central Time, and that's when we will hand over to both our NASA colleagues and SpaceX partners over in Hawthorne, California. That'll take us live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as the social media channels beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for all the coverage of reentry and splashdown. So far, so good, and the crew happy and healthy aboard the Dragon spacecraft. 4 good suits after the recent suit check, and they continue their progress in their journey home to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston.
That was weird, whatever that was. Whatever that was. All righty, y'all. Let me see what else I can find. Oh. We're still waiting for the Monica Sementilli trial to restart after lunch. They'll be back in about 35 minutes, 40 minutes on my end. I'm just lucky. My watch keeps telling me to stand up. I'm like, no, I don't want to. Y'all heard that? That was my stomach. I got it. I got it. 2 notifications on Instagram.
Perhaps if we're flying over a natural disaster like a hurricane or a wildfire, they are ensuring that those great cameras on board the International Space Station are being put to good use to capture all of the science and research that we can aboard the microgravity laboratory. And, fun fact, actually, the International Space Station will be celebrating 25 years of continuous human presence this November. So if you are younger than 25 years old, you have never known a day in your life where there was not a human being living and working aboard the International Space Station.
That is so cool to me. It's just this amazing step forward for human exploration in space.
And with that, we're going to check back in with Rob Navius at the Johnson Space Center one more time. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Sandra. You mentioned that continuous presence on board the International Space Station. We are approaching the point of the approach ellipsoid exit, which will mark the end of integrated operations with the International Space Station and the flight control team here in Houston. Just a reminder, on board, 7 crew members representing 3 nations: Alexei Ovchinin, the station commander, and his Roscosmos colleagues Ivan Wagner and Kirill Peskov, Anne McLean, Nicole Ayers, and Don Pettit of NASA, and Takoya Onishi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Ovchinin, Wagner, and Pettit are next up to depart the station on April 19th. They are scheduled to return home to the steppe of Kazakhstan and a parachute-assisted landing on April 19th U.S. time, April 20th in Kazakhstan. Before that happens, another NASA astronaut, Johnny Kim, along with 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, will be launching from Baikonur on April 8th as that continuous presence of researchers on board the International Space Station continues unbroken. Sandra?
I like this one. I like all of them.
And thank you so much, Rob, for that update. We really appreciate you joining us here as you spent your evening in Mission Control Houston. Again, we are continuing to get these views following Dragon's undocking from the International Space Station at 10:05 p.m. Pacific time. That sets us up for a splashdown tomorrow afternoon at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of
Globe.
Mentioned that the crew was busy with a lot of science and research investigations during their time on board the International Space Station. That really is the whole point of the International Space Station, is to conduct science and research investigations, eventually leading to longer duration missions to the moon and then on to Mars.
We're of course standing by for any further communications from Crew 9 on board Dragon Freedom at this time. But it's a great opportunity for us to comment on some of the amazing science that Crew 9 conducted while they were on board the station. In total, Crew 9 completed more than 150 experiments, conducting over 900 hours of research. Following their splashdown tomorrow, some of those time-sensitive experiments will be among the first offloaded off the capsule and then returned to various research facilities across the country so that the science can continue.
And in addition to that science, they also completed a few spacewalks, one of which was to actually swab the outside of the International Space Station for microorganisms to see if anything might potentially be able to survive the harsh environment of space, which is pretty interesting. Another one was a spacewalk to remove a radio frequency group, or the RFG. NASA astronaut Sunny Williams was able to successfully remove that, which was a big milestone for NASA. And as you mentioned, over 530 hours specifically dedicated to NASA science between NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. So that just goes to show the great use that the microgravity lab has for science and research on the ground.
I'm loving them, Haley. Keep them coming. I like that. Just ice. This is so cute. When I go to parties, I can take this. Oh my gosh, that is the best. That's the best.
Copy 1-7.
That's the best. I love it.
Also on 17, I did a whole cell series of kind of inspection documentation photos before departure and then a series after departure per the instructions. So 2 different folders with before and after photos.
We copy.
And that was the voice of NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who is still on board the International Space Station, stepping through procedures with the ground to wrap up after undocking, taking some photography of the hatch that the team on the ground will inspect, make sure everything checks out just fine. So we are awaiting the confirmation that Crew Dragon Freedom has exited the approach ellipsoid. We're expecting that here in just a couple of seconds here, really. So we might hear that call out here shortly.
And again, if you're just joining us, the approach ellipsoid is a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers in the same family as the Keep Out sphere. One of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours again, even if it lost all maneuvering.
That's exactly right. So we'll continue to stand by for that. Now, you may be wondering, what will the crew be doing during their 17-hour phasing? You did hear the call out earlier that they had to go to doff or take off their spacesuits. So they'll get settled in, have the opportunity to have a meal, and try and get some sleep before their targeted splashdown off the coast of Florida tomorrow afternoon at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow afternoon. So we are looking forward to seeing them splash down off the coast of Florida tomorrow. So continuing to...
Okay, so here's some interesting facts. NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore are finally ending their unexpected 9-month stay in space, but their health journey on Earth is just beginning. They may face various health problems, from their weaker bones and muscles to vision issues, baby feet, as their bodies adjust back to the planet's gravity. The astronauts are scheduled to splash down on SpaceX today. Williams and Wilmore arrived at the ISS last June. Supposed to stay for about a week, they were forced to remain in orbit around Earth when the vehicle they arrived in, Boeing's Starliner capsule, developed a thruster problems. And the helium leaks, excuse me. During the long stay, Williams denied rumors that she was losing weight. She was. You can tell the difference. She lost weight. Noting her head just looked bigger in relations to her body because the way the fluid redistributes in microgravity, causing a puffy head and bird eyes. After 286 days in space, I almost said jail, one of the longest periods of time on the International Space Center, or ISS, the astronauts will get checked out by doctors soon after splashdown on Earth. They'll be undergoing a thorough medical exam at NASA Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center in Houston and won't be allowed to go home until doctors clear them. Senior correspondent Tom Costello reported NBC News Nightly. Astronauts say they feel wobbly or nauseated when they return to Earth because the ears vestibular system has to readjust equilibrium and the rotation of the Earth and us having gravity. I'm sure they can feel it more than we can. There are other health issues astronauts may deal with after a very long stay in space. Bone and muscle loss. Bone becomes about 1% less dense for each month. So they've got 9% loss of denseness. according to NASA, especially bones in the legs, hips, and spine, which do the heavy lifting on Earth. Muscles don't need to work as hard in space, so they too atrophy. All of it could lead to falls, bone fractures, osteoporosis, and other medical problems once the mission is over. To counteract these effects, astronauts must exercise every day in space for about 2 hours, including cardio resistance training as a part of their job to keep their bones and muscles strong. But they still feel the impact when they return home. It is a big shock for the body to come back to Earth. Everything is so heavy. We spend a lot of time getting used to being back in gravity again, said former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson previously told Today.com. Astronauts grow in space because the spinal column expands out without gravity, she said. She grew about an inch, while former NASA astronaut Scott Kelly grew about 2 inches. On Earth, the spinal disc compressed again, so they experienced a dramatic back pain upon coming back. Vision issues. Astronauts' eyes and brain structure change in space because without gravity, fluids in the body shift upwards to the head, which may put pressure on the eyes and cause vision problems. The condition is known as spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome. Changes include swelling of the optic nerve folds in the retina and flattening of the back of the eye and blurry vision. Some changes may be permanent, other in some astronauts. Baby feet! The feet are designed to bear the body's weight on Earth, so the skin on the bottom is tough and sturdy as possible walking around. But since astronauts bounce and float in space, feet don't support much and the soles become delicate, said former NASA astronaut Leroy Chayo. You basically lose the thick part of your skin on your feet that develops. You could have baby feet when you come back, he said. Any calluses fall off, said former NASA astronaut Scott Kelly, noting he received compliments while getting a foot massage after returning from space mission. They say that you have the you have the softest feet I've ever felt in my whole life. Well, I guess that's good. Skin rashes. Researchers reported a case of NASA astronauts who developed a rash and skin sensitivity when they came back there for 340 days in space. The symptom lasted for 6 days after he landed on Earth. Prolonged lack of skin stimulation over the course of one of the year-long mission was likely blamed for rash, the author wrote. There you go. Okay, I'm going to take a quick comfort break, and I shall return. Hello, everybody. I'm back. I really didn't go anywhere. I just put my head back for a little bit. Y'all are on a roll, y'all. Oh, that's oh. Hello, hi. I just decided to put my head back for a few. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. Then my foot went to sleep. Okay, they've been in break. Oh, I'm really struggling. They've been in break in the Monica Sementilli for about an hour and 20 minutes. And we have 18 minutes before we have the NASA space crew. No, case one, it's not the flu. I got a heating pad on my feet because my toes are cold, and I got a fan on my head because my head's hot. I'm surprised I made it this far today, y'all. I gotta be honest. It's not the flu. I don't know what it is, but my temperature went to 102.7 last night. Can you give me some more? My legs is asleep.
Water.
And I'm drinking water like crazy. Thank you, beloved.
You almost spilled it. Be careful.
So I got a lid like a baby. No, I need to buy one. I just don't have the means to do so right now. Everything's been pretty crazy. No new documents. Okay, guys. Let's see if they still got that music. I don't want to have their music and get a copyright strike.
Our live coverage of the NASA SpaceX Crew 9 mission as it returns to Earth. Dragon Freedom departed the International Space Station at 1:05 a.m. Eastern. That was 10:05 p.m. Pacific time on March 17th for those of us here in California. On board Crew 9 are NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams,
It was good just to close my eyes for a few minutes.
Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander
I will do
Gorbanov,
that
and
when I
they
get
are
home.
now on their way to the targeted splashdown site off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. My name is Kate Tice, Senior Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX, and joining me today from NASA Communications is Sandra Jones.
Thanks, Kate. It's always such a pleasure to be here. Upon departing the International Space Station, Dragon underwent a sequence of departure burns. The crew then had a rest period and has since kicked off preparations for re-entry, including getting into their spacesuits and successfully performing a leak check. The next phase of the mission is when things will really start to amp up. Dragon has a series of steps to complete before returning Crew 9 home.
That's right. First, Dragon will maneuver to the correct attitude and jettison its trunk, which is the cylindrical, unpressurized lower part of the spacecraft. The trunk is currently connected to the aft or bottom section of Dragon, where the heat shield is exposed or is located. But in order to expose that heat shield and get the vehicle ready for atmospheric reentry, we're going to jettison that trunk.
From there, the spacecraft will use its forward thrusters to perform a deorbit burn, which will put Dragon on a trajectory to return to Earth. This burn will last about 7.5 minutes once it starts. The deorbit burn uses Draco thrusters on Dragon, primarily the 4 located on the forward bulkhead, and is executed at the apogee, or the highest point of Earth's current orbit around the Earth. This deorbit burn will alter Dragon's path to ultimately line it up to re-enter Earth's atmosphere and splash down off the coast of Florida. Splashdown today is planned for 2:57 p.m. Pacific or 5:57 p.m. Eastern.
The Crew 9 mission began a little differently than usual, since Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams were already aboard the space station when Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov arrived in the Crew 9 spacecraft in September. Having arrived as the crew flight test crew for Starliner, Wilmore and Williams were fully incorporated into the space station's Expedition 72 team and began research and other work aboard the station along with the other crew members. Additionally, Williams commanded the orbiting laboratory for much of the expedition.
And after a successful liftoff and separation from Falcon 9, Nick and Alexander made a short flight on board Dragon to the International Space Station in September. Both veterans of long-duration station missions, both Williams and Wilmore conducted spacewalks during their 9 months in space. Having had the capacity to leave the station at any point, had there been some type of emergency, the crew members began packing for their voyage home about a week ago and worked through tasks and shared lessons learned with the newly arrived Crew 10 team, who arrived just a few days ago.
For return operations such as this, NASA and SpaceX closely coordinate with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safety zone to ensure public safety and for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew on board the returning spacecraft. Multiple notices are issued to mariners in advance of and during recovery operations, and Coast Guard patrol boats are deployed to discourage boaters from entering the splashdown zones.
Now, we do want to stress to the public the need to respect this safety zone. Recovering a spacecraft from the water is a hazardous task, and any other boats interfering increases risk to the astronauts in Dragon, the teams working to recover them from the water, and the safety of those that come too close. So for the safety of the crew and your safety, we recommend you sit back and watch as we'll be bringing you the best possible views of our astronauts' homecoming.
And they will be the best views that you can get. So let's take a minute to meet our returning crew. U.S. Space Force Colonel Nick Hague is your Crew 9 commander. He was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. This was his second spaceflight to the International Space Station and third launch overall. He spent 171 days in space with Crew 9 and has a career total of 374 days in space. During his mission, he completed a spacewalk with astronaut Sonny Williams. That was his fourth spacewalk, earning him a career total of 25 hours, 56 minutes of spacewalking time. Before Crew 9, Hague previously served as a crew member of Expedition 59 and 60 back in 2019.
Atlanta.
He flew with Alexei Ovchinin and NASA's Christina Cook. So this is his
Sleep is the issue. I mean, if I remotely get like this, it's done. I'm all night long. Hacking.
his second time sharing the space station with Ovchinin. The Kansas native is a test pilot of a distinguished graduate of the United States Air Force Academy. Nick spent 5 months in Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He voluntarily transferred from the United States Air Force to U.S. Space Force in 2021 and is an active colonel. His wife, Katie, is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel, and they have 2 sons.
NASA astronaut Suni Williams is a mission specialist for Crew 9. This was her 3rd visit to the space station. She originally launched aboard Boeing Starliner spacecraft
That's
and
cool.
arrived
Then
at
it
the
was
space
the
station
third.
on June 6th. And it looks like we are beginning to get some views inside the spacecraft overlooking the shoulders of the crew on board Dragon. We'll continue to bring you those views throughout the day and views throughout splashdown this morning, or this afternoon rather. But to jump back into a little bit more about Suni, she became an Expedition 71-72 crew member, and she logged 286 days in space on this mission. But she actually has a total of 608 days in space, the second most time in space by a U.S. astronaut. Former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson ranks first for the U.S. with 675 days in space. She conducted 2 spacewalks and has completed 9 over the course of her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes of spacewalking time. She ranks 4th on the list of cumulative time spacewalking by a female astronaut. And she has flown on 4 different spacecraft types, including the Space Shuttle, Soyuz, Starliner, and now Dragon. Previously, she served on Expedition 14 and 15 in 2006 and 2007, and again with Expedition 32 and 33 in 2012. She's a retired U.S. Navy captain and is a proud graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy.
NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore is also serving as a mission specialist today. This is his 3rd spaceflight, and just like Suni, logged 286 days in space. He conducted 1 spacewalk and completed 5 over the course of his career, earning him a total spacewalking time of 21 hours, 2 minutes. He's flown on 4 different spacecraft types throughout his career: the Space Shuttle, Soyuz, Starliner, and now Dragon. Previously, the Mount Juliet, Tennessee native served on STS-129 in 2009 and Expedition 41 and 42 from 2014 to 2015. Wilmore is also retired, a retired captain in the U.S. Navy.
And Alexander Gorbanov is a 3rd mission specialist serving on today's mission. Crew 9 was his very first spaceflight to the space station, earning him a total of 171 days in space over the course of his career. Gorbanov, along with Nick Hague, saw the arrival of 4 visiting vehicles and saw the departure of 4 as well. The duo orbited the Earth more than 2,700 times during their mission. Before his cosmonaut selection in 2018, Gorbanov worked as an engineer for a rocket space corporation and helped support cargo spacecraft launches from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
So they finally got home, huh?
For upcoming events, Dragon is currently doing autonomously. First, it's isolating the thermal control system fluid loops from the radiator. This system is what will help keep the internal temperature of Dragon very comfortable for Nick, Suni, Butch, and Alexander during the reentry phase. Dragon is also initiating separation of the claw mechanism, which will terminate data, power, and fluid connections between the spacecraft and the trunk in preparation for that trunk separation that I mentioned earlier. Now,
they'll splash down soon.
We saw before, we are hoping to get more mission. It was subsequently used for 2 private spaceflight missions to the space station for Axiom Space, Axiom Mission 2 in May 2023, and Axiom Mission 3 in January of 2024. And of course, Crew 9 launched last year, is September 28th. So yeah, a little bit about the Dragon Freedom capsule. Here, a view that we have once again between the shoulders of Commander Nick Hague, who is on the left-hand side of your screen, and Specialist Alexander Gorbanov there on the right.
That's right, Kate. And then
what?
How many are up there?
7 are on the space station and 4 are in the capsule.
Wow. I'll just wait until the Lord just takes us up there, and I'll look at it from that view.
Alana, I got to thinking, I have been on since March 4th on YouTube, but I don't consider my official channel celebration birthday until it's the day that we got monetized.
No.
'Cause I was playing with it. But anyway, I have not been sick. I've had migraines, but I've not been sick before then.
By the way, you need to send me your address.
What?
You need to send me your address.
I'll do it now.
Next major milestone that we're looking ahead towards this afternoon is claw separation. We're targeting that claw separation at 2:05 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon, so less than 10 minutes from now. Continuing to get some views inside Dragon Freedom. To the far left there is NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, and as you can see, the crew is suited up in their space suits. They are suited up in what we call dynamic phases of flight. So when they launch, when they dock, when they undock, when they return back for splashdown. We might hear some call outs on the loops about putting their visors down. That will happen just prior to deorbit burn. And you'll hear us pause when some of those communications happen. That's because we want to make sure that we are relaying the best information to you all, and so that you hear it as well. So if you do hear us pause, that is what we're doing. You also see they have their on there, and I know the gloves are pretty unique on the Dragon spacesuits, right? They're custom created.
Yes, the spacesuit overall is custom fit for each astronaut. These gloves enable usage of the touchscreen panels that they have in front of them. We can't see it from this view, but that view we saw earlier between Alexander Gorbanov and Nick Hague, that is a touchscreen. It allows the crew to monitor everything that Dragon is doing, along with those tablets that they have there on their legs. So yeah, the spacesuit itself is intended to act as a mini spaceship, if you will, as once the visors are closed, it is able to maintain a pressure in the unlikely event of a depressurization event for Dragon. So there we can see those screens I was talking about. So there in the center, we've got the location tracker, as well as on the left-hand side, it's mapping out the operations that Dragon is executing. The crew has to remain well informed of all these things that Dragon is doing autonomously. That basically means that Dragon is flying itself. The crew has the ability to gain control of the capsule if necessary, but the capsule is essentially going to bring itself home. But of course, in order to be familiar with
Freedom, SpaceX, deorbit sequence start in 5 minutes.
Cool. And we're still here.
Out for the deorbit sequence start to begin here in 5 minutes. That call from the ground came from the core, or crew operations resource engineer here in Hawthorne, mission control just behind us. And that went up to Commander Nick Hague. He's going to be doing the majority of the communications during the flight downhill today through splashdown, and they'll be communicating with the core all along the way. Now, we did mention that they are flying on Crew Dragon Freedom. The naming of spacecraft has gone all the way back to the very beginning of this human spaceflight program. This is a nod to Alan Shepard naming his spacecraft Freedom 7 during the Mercury program. And so the crew that first flew up on Freedom a few years ago had the opportunity to name this Dragon, and they named it Freedom. That was Crew 4 that was the first flyers on this spacecraft. It's also flown for Axiom Mission 2 and 3, and then, of course, today for Crew 9 as well.
Yeah, actually, fun fact about this particular capsule, of those 4 missions that Sandra just mentioned, we have seen daytime splashdowns for 2 of those. Today will mark the third of the third daytime splashdown. So there's something lucky about this particular capsule that gets daytime splashdowns. Nighttime is great because we can see even more clearly the capsule streaking through, but I personally love the daylight views because we really get even better views of the recovery team operations during that phase of the mission.
Yes, absolutely. And if you follow along with our missions, you'll know that sometimes it's like a watch item when it comes to undocking and splashdown. We do splashdown in the water, so we want to ensure that parameters like wave heights and wind speeds and precipitation, lightning, all of that is looking good for the crew and the safety of those recovery personnel. And today the weather is just pristine. We got off of space station on the very first attempt. So I'm joking around and saying that it was because it was St. Patrick's Day and we got really lucky with the weather.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Speaking of weather, we will be hearing from CORE probably around 2:20-ish. Typically, before we enter the period of loss of signal or LOS, we will hear an entry briefing from the CORE, the Crew Operations Resource Engineer, and they will deliver important information like updated anticipated splashdown and loss of signal times to the crew, as well as the wave height and wind speed. So we'll be standing by to listen in on those. Like I said, that will happen shortly after. Typically after trunk separation. I can't quite remember if it's before or after deorbit burn. It must be before. But in any case, we'll be hearing all of that coming from CORE. In fact, that individual is seated there in the room on your screen. That is SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. That room is located just over our shoulders. And that is where Dragon operators are standing by on console, monitoring the progress of Dragon as it continues its way home. It's been at the point of splashdown, it'll be about 17 hours since Dragon undocked from the International Space Station. The team there in mission control. There are multiple teams, in fact, and they cycle through shifts to ensure that everybody gets the required rest and sleep periods, just like the astronauts on board. And that Crew Operations and Resource Engineer is seated there in the room. And that, like Sandra said, is the primary voice that we'll be hearing communicate from the SpaceX team to the crew on board.
That's right. And so it looks like we're about 3 minutes or so from the claw separation portion of today's flight. The claw is a portion on the spacecraft that holds the trunk to Dragon. Following claw separation, we're going to jettison or remove that trunk because it's no longer needed. The trunk has solar.
What?
Is it the Karen Reed trial today?
Oh, no, that was a motion here this morning.
What happened?
Well, Karen Reed started off with her attorneys getting their hands smacked hard. They talked about, do you remember how they're saying that they didn't do anything wrong with ARCA? And the judge said that, what did she say exactly? I have it around here somewhere. What happened to it? It was right here.
You ate it.
In other words, that they lied about evidence, misleading. And so she was going to punish him. And so she had Miss Reed and her 3 attorneys, 4, go up. 3? Yeah, 3. And they asked her if she was, Yannetti is the only attorney from that area. All the others are from out of state, and they're there as a guest. And so, long story short, the judge did not force her to lose her attorneys because she wanted to keep them. But she gave them a lashing.
Wow. Now, is this a judge you like?
This is Auntie Bev. She's the wicked witch of all courtdoms.
All courtdoms, huh?
Huh?
Said all courtdoms, huh?
Yeah, she's the wicked witch of all courtdoms. So anyway, they so Karen Reed won that battle, but it was they didn't get out 4. Yeah, there's 4. They didn't get away from it unscathed, that's for sure.
So this
And he really attacked Mr. Jackson's integrity.
So this was the district attorney and the state that got their hand slapped?
No, the Karen Reed's attorneys.
Oh, okay. Mm.
They were, yeah, she was going to hand down sanctions. And
Mhm.
that can mean kicking all 3 visiting attorneys out of the trial.
Wow.
She could have fined them money. She could have done a lot of bad stuff.
Wow.
But they got a shellacking.
With a shillelagh. Mm.
Just, you know. So, anyway, then we had the Lori Daybell, Vallow Daybell met over there is a can of
Came to talk to you. What do you need?
Kratom. Hold on. I'll be right back. Matt's got to talk to me.
Okay. It's all right. I got to cut a fan.
Sorry, guys. My son comes here. It's never good news. Do me a favor. Cancel. Do me a favor. I'm going to send you something in instant messaging. Sorry. I am not doing well with typing. And Diane, you can always say no. You can always say no. Hold on. Okay, I got you on. Oh, I'll get the sound on. I'm sorry, guys.
That's going to last about 7.5 minutes. Again, helping to get Dragon into the precise trajectory to ensure that splashdown occurs in the area that was calculated and where the recovery team is already in place, ready to support splashdown operations today. The recovery vessel Megan is the ship that is going to be utilized today. And we also have what is called fast boats that go out first to check the spacecraft and make sure everything is looking good before the recovery vessel Megan approaches. So that whole recovery process takes about an hour, I would say, from the time the crew splashes down to the time they're on the boat and the crew gets out of the capsule. And we'll continue to bring you live coverage through every step of the way today as Crew 9 returns home.
Indeed. Now let's take a little bit of a closer look at Dragon. One of the great things about being close to the space station is that we can use space station cameras to look at Dragon. But now that Dragon is on its way home, we don't have those external cameras. So here's an animation of what the capsule looks like. We've got the pressurized section, the capsule on the top, and the trunk or the unpressurized section on the bottom. That's where those solar panels that we manufacture in-house are located, soaking up the energy from the sun and turning it into power for the capsule. At the very top of the capsule is the nose cone. That is where the Dracos, the forward Dracos are located. That nose cone is currently open, not closed like we saw in that animation. Once we get through the final maneuverings for the re-entry reentry phase, we
At
will
45
close
minutes.
the nose cone capsule just before Dragon begins its atmospheric entry to protect that forward hatch there located along with those forward Dracos. So go ahead.
That's right. I was going to mention that the nose cone does open shortly after launch, and it remains open the entire time that Dragon is docked to the International Space Station. So as an example for this particular spacecraft, Freedom, since September when it docked to the International Space Station, remains open that entire time, and here shortly it will close for the very first time since September.
So quick recap of what Dragon has done in recent history here. We basically began preparations for re-entry known as the deorbit sequence. So Dragon released the trunk. As we said before, we separated the claw, we released the trunk. It next will slew to the deorbit burn attitude. Slew basically meaning maneuver. So it will position itself correctly to execute that deorbit.
Go ahead and speak it, Diane.
When was your last?
Too tired. I got my old glass. I don't have my glasses.
I know your last day for the class was the 14th, but when did you turn in your paper? Or whatever you had to do? Your test or whatever.
Okay, let me look.
Initiate the deorbit burn itself. That will last for several minutes, expecting that to be to start here any moment now, actually. And then it will go until about 2:18 p.m. Pacific time or 5:18 p.m. Eastern time.
And I did hear confirmation that that deorbit burn is underway. As we mentioned, it's about a 7.5 minute burn. So within the last 10 minutes, Dragon has jettisoned its trunk and initiated the deorbit burn just seconds ago. As mentioned earlier, for those operations, NASA and SpaceX closely coordinate with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safety zone to ensure public safety and for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew on board the returning spacecraft. Multiple notices are issued to the mariners in advance of and during recovery operations, and Coast Guard patrol boats are deployed to discourage boaters from entering the spacecraft, the splashdown zones. So we do want to stress to the public the need to respect this safety zone. Recovering a spacecraft from the water is a hazardous operation, and any other boats interfering increases the risk to not only the astronauts in Dragon, but the teams working to recover them from the water and the safety of those that may come too close. So for the safety of the crew, which you see there on your screen, you're
at the house, the Sementilli home, several times, especially when Fabio was away on business.
Yes.
What?
On February 8th, it appears that you were shown crime scene photos. Do you recall that?
I don't remember the date, but I remember seeing the photos.
So you were shown crime scene photos, correct?
A few of them.
Of only a few.
Yeah, a couple of them.
A couple now. Which is it? A couple or a few?
Maybe two. I'm guessing.
Two.
It wasn't that many.
So you weren't shown the full set.
I don't even know what a full set is.
Okay. But in your, in what you remember today, in your memory, it was a few or a couple, maybe two or three. Is that what you've testified to here
Maybe
today?
two. Maybe two.
Maybe two. Okay. And during that same interview on February 8th of 2024, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that the letter that you wrote to Monica contained falsehoods?
I can't remember what day it was exactly, but I remember telling him that it was
I'll be right back. Come for
a lot of
break.
inaccuracies and a lot of lies in it. I don't know what day it was.
Okay. Did you also tell them that on the day of the murder that you knew Fabio was going to be there alone?
I can't remember that.
during the February 8th interview, you see here what says, I knew he was going to be there at the home alone during the February 8th interview.
Okay, I must have said it then. I
Okay.
just don't remember it.
And then do you also remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator, I wanted him out of the way long-term so we could be together?
I do remember saying that.
Okay.
Not on that date, I don't know, but I remember saying it to him.
Do you have any reason to suspect that, that it wasn't that day?
I just don't remember what day it was.
Okay. And again, there's no recording, so there's no transcript, but I'm showing you,
I'm sorry, oh, wait.
I'm showing you the report from that day to see if that alone refreshes your recollection as to when you made that statement to the defense.
I don't remember that date.
Your Honor, the first part of that, asked and answered several times, it's become argumentative.
It's argumentative, just saying.
This is the first part.
I'm not striking the answer.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator during that February 8th interview that this was not a plan made well in advance?
If that's what it was said in there, yes.
Okay. And so that would also be a lie, correct?
That plan, not in advance, but plans in general, yes.
So again, that would be a lie when you told Mr. Levine and his investigator on February 8th that the plan to kill Fabio was not made well in advance.
That plan wasn't made well in advance.
So it's true, is what you're saying now.
I'm answering your question. That plan wasn't made in advance. There were
Yet
plans.
we talked about the fact that you made a plan such that you purchased a knife, right?
Yes.
Took it with you to Vegas, right?
Yes.
Made arrangements for Chris Austin to come with you,
Yes.
drove to Vegas,
Yes.
and discussed the plan.
It was just to see if he would go along with it, the Vegas plan.
But again, that was the same plan, right? You were gonna kill Fabio Sementilli using a knife, right? It's the same plan.
It was the same plan, but it was nothing concrete.
Okay. So when you told them that it was not a plan made well in advance, that would be false because as we discussed and you told the jury, you did this way back in July of 2016, correct?
I did what? Make a plan?
Yes.
No, it wasn't the same plan. It was something different.
It was, again, a plan to kill Fabio Sementilli that you hatched way back in the summer of 2016, correct?
It wasn't the same plan.
Okay. So you're saying that your statement to Mr. Levine and his investigator, this was not a plan made well in advance, is true. Is that your statement today to this jury?
Yes.
Okay. On February 8th, do you recall them showing you the video of the two joggers running toward the Sementilli house?
I don't remember the date, but I remember them showing me the video of the joggers.
And did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you were on the video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine during this interview that the fact that you drove a rental car that day was just a fluke?
I don't remember every portion of the conversation. If he put it on there, I said it.
Okay. You would agree, I assume, today that that statement that you gave to the defense was also a lie, right?
Enjoy, Haley Mouse.
Sure.
And then you also said on that February 8th interview that you lied about some of the details relating to the murder in the letter.
Say that again one more time.
You lied only about some of the details relating to the murder in the letter.
When I was talking to Levine and Company.
Levine and Company, right?
Yes.
So that means some of the things in the letter were true.
Some of them.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and Company that you had provided a ridiculous explanation for some of the details, such as the birthday card story?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
And did you also tell them that the birthday card story was bullshit?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Does that sound like something you would have said?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Okay. Well, you have no reason to believe that they would fabricate what you told them, right?
No, they wouldn't.
And then you also told them that you didn't want Monica to find out that you had intentionally murdered Fabio. Do you remember that?
If it's in there, then I probably said it.
Probably or did?
I probably said it.
So it doesn't mean that you did, right?
I probably did say it. I probably did say it.
Okay. And then on December 6th, during yet another interview, did you tell Levine and Company that once it was clear that Fabio was dead, you went through anything that might tie you to the scene?
I probably did say that too.
And did you also tell them that one of the items that you removed from the house was the birthday card?
I may have. I just don't remember.
So did you leave a birthday card there when you went to kill Fabio that day?
No.
So that was another lie that you told on December 6th to Levine and Company, right?
Probably.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Levine and Company. I wish we were incorporated.
I understand that, but I'm not going to order counsel to refer to you in any other way.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to order counsel to refer to Mr. Levine in any other way.
Okay. And did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you put the birthday card and the murder weapon into a pillowcase and took them along with the security VCR?
If that's what they said, I probably did.
What you probably did or what you did?
That's what I said was probably what I said, but what I did, no.
So again, that would be yet another lie that you told them on December 6th, correct?
Yeah.
2023.
Yes.
And then you told them you dumped all the items into a trash dumpster not far from the Ralphs.
Correct.
Is that part true? Or again, is that yet another lie?
That was a lie.
That was also a lie.
Yes.
Okay. It appears that at no point during this interview did you ever mention gold coins or documents. True?
Correct.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that if you saw the discovery, especially your texts and emails, it would help you reconstruct a timeline?
If I said that or not? Is that what you're asking me? I don't remember if I said that or not.
You don't remember if you said that?
No, I don't remember saying that. Meaning I can't remember saying it.
Right.
I don't have that photographic memory like that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that audio.
Your Honor, I would ask that the approach with the specific item.
And that would be true. If you're going to try and refresh memory, it cannot be done like this.
Yeah, I'm not trying to refresh. I believe I'm teaching based on
the history of the last 3 days.
Well, Your Honor, I'm happy to have the entire.
Stop, both of you. You want to approach? You're going to approach.
Yeah.
Looking at item number 24. See that on your screen there?
Yes.
Baker said if he saw the discovery, especially his texts and emails, it would help him reconstruct the timeline of the day of the murder. Remember that?
I'm trying to remember what context it was used in. Was it for before or after? I didn't know how, because we had that discussion.
Move to strike, non-responsive.
I see it on paper.
Do you remember saying this to Mr. Levine and his investigator?
I don't remember saying it, but I'm sure I did.
Okay.
I'd have the whole number be introduced.
It's over.
Again, did you then also say that you never told your attorney what happened because you were waiting to see the discovery? Remember that?
Yes.
And that's because, again, as you've done here today numerous times, and the last several days since you've been testifying, you are attempting to construct a story around the evidence, correct?
That's argument.
Sustained.
You also told Mr. Levine that you thought you might not be convicted, right?
Early on, that's what I thought, yes.
Okay. During this interview, the same interview that you're asking to see the discovery.
Yes, early on, yes.
Early on in what?
Early on, before I you got me all over the place here. Before I pled out.
Before what?
before I pled.
At the time that you pled, you realized that you would be convicted, and that was why you pled, correct?
That was a major part of it.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you didn't want to go to trial? I finally realized the outcome.
If he said it, I mean, if it's in there, I said it.
Okay. And did you also tell them during the February 8th of 2024 interview that you went to the Sementilli house that day to kill Fabio?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Monica wasn't that happy in her marriage?
I think so.
You think so or you did?
No, I think so.
So you don't remember?
I don't remember every conversation on every particular day. I don't have all that information. I don't have nothing but a golf pencil and a piece of paper wherever I go.
Showing you this line here next to the number 31. Monica really wasn't that happy in her marriage. It's written there.
Okay.
So if it's written there, you said it, right?
I must have.
During the September 12th of 2023 and December 6th of 2023, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that the second person who went with you to the Sementilli house was Jaybird or Jalen?
Yes.
Did you also tell them during those two interviews that Jaybird or Jalen was someone you met playing basketball in the park?
Yes.
Did you tell them that the park was not far from Roscoe and DeSoto at a nearby taco truck?
Yes. Yes.
Did you provide any other information other than the name Jaybird or Jalen and the fact that he played basketball in the park?
I don't remember offhand. I might have, but I don't remember all the details of the conversation.
Can you ask him to give us until Friday, please? Try it.
Again, during any of these four interviews, what were your statements recorded in any manner?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we approach?
No.
Did you see anybody taking any notes?
Yes.
Who was that?
The private investigator.
Did you review his notes?
No.
Were they read to you to see if they were accurate?
No.
Okay. Was your attorney present at any of the four interviews?
No.
Did you speak to your attorney at all about the interviews that you gave to the defense?
No.
Did you call him to talk to him about the interview?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about your interview on February 14th of 2024. This would be the fifth version. Again, on that day, was your attorney present?
No.
Do you know how long the interview was?
No.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed for just under 2 hours?
I don't remember the time.
Could it have been 2 hours?
It could have been.
Okay. Again, was any recording made?
No.
During this interview, did anybody take notes?
Yes.
Who was that?
Private investigator.
Okay. Do you remember telling them during this interview that you learned what Monica and her family were doing on the day of the murder during a routine conversation with Monica?
Yes.
Okay.
I have the number each time.
Do you also remember telling them that you believed there was a window of time when Fabio would be home alone?
Something like that.
Okay. That's what you told this jury, right?
Yes.
Did you also tell the investigator that it had never been a convenient time before then and this was a good window?
I probably said that.
Probably, or did?
I don't remember because I don't remember every conversation I've had.
During this interview, as opposed to what we talked about during your prior interviews, did you tell them that you first thought about killing Fabio several months prior to January of 2017?
I probably did.
Did you also tell them that divorce was not an option because Monica's family doesn't do divorce?
I probably said that too.
Okay. Did you also tell them that there would not have been a killing if Monica told you that a divorce was coming?
Sounds about right.
Did you tell them the ultimate goal of killing Fabio was so that you and Monica could be together?
Yes.
Okay. During this interview, did you also tell them that that morning you and Monica played racquetball? She hit you with her racket and it was bleeding bad.
Yes.
And that you stopped the bleeding using a towel, not a Band-Aid, a towel.
At first, yes. Use direct pressure.
Did you also tell them that you did not report your injury, but you cleaned up yourself?
Yes.
And that you used a Band-Aid from a small first aid kit that you kept in your bag?
Yes.
Did you tell them that Monica took the bloody towel home?
Yes.
During this conversation or this interview on Valentine's Day of 2024, did you tell Mr. Levine that after leaving the gym, you made contact with Jay Bird or Jalen and told him you knew how you guys could make some money?
I don't remember the date of the interview, but I remember saying something like that. Yes.
And that you told this Jalen or Jay Bird that you would burglarize a house in a ritzy area of Woodland Hills?
I probably said that.
And did you also tell them that you told Jay Bird or Jalen that you made no mention to this individual Jay Bird or Jalen of your plan to kill Fabio?
My mind was wandering. Sorry. One more time.
Did you tell Mr. Levine that you didn't tell Jay Bird or Jalen that you actually planned to kill Fabio?
If it's in there, I probably said it, but I don't remember it.
Very well.
We're the sidebar, aren't we?
Sidebar.
What did they say? Hold on, let me get your voice up.
I don't
Yes,
know.
ma'am.
I really don't know. She's just been hounding him about, did he say, and he goes, I don't remember.
He's done all flipping day.
That's all he's done the last few days.
And then when he shows him something that he wrote, yep, I wrote it. Yep, I wrote it. Yep, I wrote it. He won't say yes. Yeah, he's been on, this is his 4th full day on the stand, I believe.
I'm sorry, can I have the last question read back, please?
No,
You can please ask him.
absolutely not.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that after leaving the gym, you contacted Jaybird or Jalen and told him that you would burglarize a house in a ritzy area of Woodland Hills?
I think so, yeah.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine that you told this individual, Jaybird or Jalen, that you would split between you whatever you took?
Yes, I was trying to accomplish something.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I was trying to accomplish something.
Okay. Move to strike the second half of the answer, Your Honor.
I'm gonna allow that to stay.
All right. And then, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you wanted somebody with you to serve as an extra set of eyes, and that was why you got this person, Jaybird or Jalen?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you contacted Jaybird and you found out that he wouldn't be available until later that afternoon, and so you made a plan to pick him up at Quimby Park, Quimby? Did you say that to Mr. Levine?
Yes.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine that you picked up the car that Paula rented for you that day?
I probably did.
Did you tell Mr. Levine that the rental was going to be for 3 to 4 days?
Probably.
That was also a lie, right?
I don't remember the dates on all that stuff, but yeah, it probably
He
incorrect.
doesn't remember any
because
dates.
obviously the dates are wrong on the car, so that didn't.
You only had a rental from Paula for 1 day, right?
Like that.
I thought it was more than that, but you say it was 1 day. It felt more like a couple, but I don't remember. It's a long time ago.
Again, all of those things that you told Mr. Levine and his investigator were lies, right?
Some of them were, and some were true.
Which part about contacting Jaybird and Jalen and making a plan to pick him up at Quimby Park to commit a burglary in a ritzy area of Woodland Hills where you'd split the proceeds was true?
None of it, because I was trying to accomplish something.
None of it was true.
On the JB part, anything with JB in it was made up.
JB.
Yes.
Is that the same as Jaybird or Jalen?
Yes.
Okay. During this same interview on Valentine's Day of 2024, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Monica had told you a long time ago the family had upgraded their security system at the house?
I can't remember offhand. I'm sure I said it if he put it in there.
Okay. Did you also tell him that she gave you access to the video feed so she could wave at you if you happened to be watching?
I did say that.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator during this same interview that you checked the front door, but it was locked?
Like ever check it or on the day of the murder?
Obviously, we're talking about the day of the murder.
I can't remember if I did or not.
Your Honor, from the speed things up, I will stipulate that every question starts with Mr. Levine and his investigator.
Thank you. The people are free to ask a typical question.
Again, did you tell them that you checked the front door that day, but it was locked?
Yes, probably did.
And did you then tell them that you went around the side of the house?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you entered the house in the rear through an unlocked sliding glass door into Monica's bedroom?
I probably did, if I remember right.
Did you also tell them that your lookout waited outside to keep an eye out?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that you moved through the house looking for Fabio?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that you heard the TV from outside and that you realized Fabio was sitting outside by the pool?
I probably did.
Did you also tell them that you snuck toward a kitchen door that opened onto the patio where Fabio was sitting?
I probably did.
Did you also tell them you were carrying a hunting knife you brought with you?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that you rushed through the door at Fabio after you opened it?
I probably did.
At any point in time during this interview, did you mention that you went into the garage and turned off the power so that you could get Fabio to come inside?
I don't recall.
If I were to tell you that there's zero mention of that in any of the interviews, does that refresh your recollection?
Not really. I just don't remember all these conversations because I'm not writing them down.
Okay. They were, though, you said, right?
Yeah, they were. Obviously, I'm not.
So if I were to tell you that there's no mention of that in the report or the notes, turning off the power to get Fabio to come inside, would that be then a new version of the story that you told to this jury on the stand?
It's an additional part.
Of signal around 2:51 p.m. Pacific time, so just minutes from now, and you may hear the Corps begin to hail out or call Dragon for communications and see if we can potentially get communications with them a little bit earlier. Following this, we'll have two events in rapid succession. We'll have the drogue parachutes deploy at 2:53 p.m. Pacific, followed by the mains just 1 minute later at 2:54 p.m. Pacific time, ahead of a splashdown at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
That's cool.
Pretty incredible views of the Dragon spacecraft making its way home back to planet Earth with
That is
the Crew 9 astronauts
17,000.
on
Is it?
board.
No, how
Once
many
again, this
thousands?
view is
They're
coming
going
from
17,000 miles an hour
the
before they
WE-57
hit
that
atmosphere.
heat shield we
And
can
then they're
see
nothing
doing
to
magnificent work
8,000
as
degrees.
it works to
Freedom, SpaceX, comm check.
They're doing the comm check. Now we're in the what we call the
all right,
dead
we're going to
zone.
start hearing the SpaceX crew operations resource engineer.
SpaceX Freedom is with you. 4.16. Enjoying the ride.
Copy that, Freedom.
So now they're going.
Great news there from Commander Nick Hague reporting back.
We see a healthy flight computer. Expect automated chute deployment.
I don't think I've ever walked.
Freedom copy.
Like we said before, things moving very quickly as Dragon Freedom makes its way home. Next event coming up will be deployment of the drogue parachutes. This occurs around 18,000 feet.
GPS has converged. Expect nominal altitude for drogue chute deployment.
That's cool. What do you think, Diane?
We're about 2 minutes away from deployment of those drogue parachutes. Now the heat shield is continuing to work to slow the vehicle down. That entry period, the Dragon spacecraft went from orbital velocity about 17,500 miles per hour down to about 350 miles per hour. So it really gives you a sense of why that plasma builds up on the exterior of the capsule, thanks to the heat shield and the work that it does. Those drogue parachutes will slow it down from 350 to about 119 miles per hour. We can see
15 kilometers. Brace for drogue window.
we can see seat rotation happening inside the capsule. Great to get those first views of our crew members. Once again, the capsules are going about 350 miles per hour when the drogues are deployed. Those drogue parachutes that we manufacture here in-house are going to slow the spacecraft down to 119 miles per hour. And that is when we will see the main parachutes deploy, and that occurs about 6,000 feet above the ocean's surface.
And we are expecting drogue deployment at 2:53 p.m. Pacific, so we should see it any second now. And there you are getting a great view of Crew 9 inside Dragon Freedom as it returns back to Earth. We are awaiting the drogue deploys. This view coming from the WB-57 high altitude plane. And there you see it on your screen, drogue deployment.
Drogue descent rate nominal.
You can hear the crowd here.
On 2 healthy drogues.
You know that those astronauts that were up there for 9 months are
very
so ready
excited
to be
as
home.
Dragon Freedom
But they're not
continues
going
to
to
make
like the
its way
effects of
back
gravity.
to planet Earth.
That's a good deployment.
Next up,
It'll
we'll
slow
stand
it
by
down to
for
about
the
100 and
main
something miles
deployment of the
an hour.
parachutes.
And then
The
they'll have
mains are
another
quite a bit larger. You'll be
no.
able to notice the difference on your screen once they deploy, and they continue to ensure that the Dragon spacecraft slows down even further. As we mentioned, Freedom will be traveling 16 miles per hour when it splashes down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida, here at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon. And there we go.
We have visual on 4 healthy mains.
That view was from
That is so
inside.
cool. I can get emotional at
Inside
things
one
like
of the
this.
buckets where the parachutes are located. So we see a great view there of the reefing on those parachutes. And as those main parachutes begin to inflate fully, 4 beautiful, healthy mains. Now awaiting visuals of splashdown. We'll start to hear Commander Nick Hague.
Copy 1,000.
As we heard right there, Commander Nick Hague will be calling out the altitude of the Dragon capsule from here on out. Landing in water is simpler and provides more margin against unlikely parachute issues. You can see those parachutes continuing to slow the Dragon capsule down.
Sorry.
And if you're just joining us, you're looking at
800 meters.
A live view of Crew 9, just minutes away from splashing down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Splash down 2 minutes from now at 2:57 p.m. Pacific. We do have 4 healthy mains really doing the job there. Just breathtaking views of a calm, glass-like ocean off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Crew 9 just minutes away from splashing down.
This is really such an incredible shot.
I don't think I've really ever seen them splash down.
That was a live view from our recovery vessel, Megan, which is stationed a couple miles away from the splashdown site. We can see the crew there using their restraints as resting places for their arms. They were just in space moments ago, so their arms were able to float freely.
400 meters.
This is a gorgeous bluebird day here that we have for the splashdown of Crew 9. It's incredible.
Their veins and arteries could be thickened because of the time they spent up there. Some people grow with an inch to 2 inches because there's no compression on their spine. All of a sudden, there's going to be compression. They're going to have severe back pain for a few days. Their vision is going to be affected because they go from
Copy,
under zero
200
gravity
meters.
to
Brace for
gravity.
splashdown.
As you can see there on your screen, continuing to monitor progress of the Dragon spacecraft. And we're going to stand by for splashdown.
I wish it would
located in the Gulf of America, off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
I bet that's hot as hell when it hits.
And splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
Yay! Hey, what a beautiful day to land. Now, how long does it take for them to get to them?
And SpaceX Freedom,
Look how
splashdown.
dirty that thing looks.
main release.
It's all burnt up.
Copy,
It was
splashdown. We see main
pristine
chutes
before.
cut. Nick, Alex, Butch,
Oh,
Sunny,
there's a boat.
on behalf of SpaceX, welcome
There's a
home.
boat way up there. They got people on platoons going.
Is an amazing
One, two,
what a
three.
ride. Nice.
Main boat.
A capsule full of grins ear to ear.
Boy, is it filthy. And that nose, I bet that was hot. I needed something good today. This is cool. Oh, you
And
know
as
they're
you
happy
can
to
see
be
on your
home.
screen, we have visual confirmation of splashdown.
Drone.
Dragon Freedom has returned home, and
Drone.
NASA astronauts.
System safety verifications are in progress. We'll report back when recovery personnel are en route.
Understand. And, we're in section 2, 4.800.
Motion sick with that
landing
walking
response.
like that.
And looking for your words on if
Yep.
is necessary.
Hey, honey, 2800. Hello, boo. See, they got the.
In the distance, we can see the recovery vessel making its way.
Copy, you're in section 2 for the environmental assessment in 4.800. That is not necessary today.
Understand. Raising button.
So we will continue to have communications between the Corps and Nick Hague, the commander of Crew Dragon Freedom, which just splashed down 2 minutes ago off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Dragon Freedom has returned home with NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunoff. They're back on Earth after approximately 17 hours of a return journey from space.
The SpaceX recovery ship and team have been waiting for Dragon's splashdown, and they will now make their way to the splashdown location. The teams have been ready and waiting about 3 nautical miles away, so it's going to take them about 30 minutes or so to make their way
And
to
SpaceX Freedom. Pretty sure we're in stable 1.
Copy, stable 1. We see the same.
It's going to take about 30 minutes for the recovery team to make their way over to Nick, Sunny, Butch,
I
and
hope you
Alexander,
don't
who
mind.
are still seated and secured.
I hope you don't mind that we watch this. This is history. Every successful flight is a history-making moment.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
I said it's a history in the making. It's a process. It's in the making.
And it's also, I think, one of the first recovery with NASA and any other organization like SpaceX and Elon Musk.
Well, yes. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Haley, honey, 2800, you're amazing. Y'all, this is what I've been doing.
They say, I can't see it. What you been doing?
It's called Animal Crossing.
Ah,
I figured out how to get it on my TV. Oh, that's quick.
We can see those fast boats. We
I'm
weren't
on a
kidding when we said they were
desert
fast.
island.
While it does take about 30 minutes for the main recovery vessel to make its way over to the capsule, these fast boats will be doing a couple of things simultaneously. A couple of them are going to be working to retrieve the parachutes that you see in the background there of this drone shot. Those parachutes will be retrieved from the ocean surface. We want to make sure we are able to pull those out. The recovery vessel there closest to the spacecraft is going to be performing some safety checks. We can see there they're using an instrument that is basically working to detect if there are any hypergolic vapors or fumes that are still residing in and or around the Draco thruster nozzles or
No,
outlets.
they're not. They're
Hypergolic fuel, which is necessary for on-orbit burns to maneuver the spacecraft. Unfortunately, those hypergolics are unable to breathe. They are toxic, and so this team here is doing those initial safety checks to make sure that it is safe for the rest of the recovery team to approach the spacecraft. They're also checking to make sure that any residuals from the pyros are safe and are not going to cause any issues. We can see the team working their way around the spacecraft to do these basically these sniff tests on all of those Draco thrusters.
And as we continue to await the recovery of our Dragon spacecraft with NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov.
I wonder how long it takes for it to cool down from that re-entry. 8,000 degrees is pretty dang hot.
To safe itself following splashdown.
Does this.
We are continuing to see Dragon in what is known as stable 1 configuration. That's kind of the ideal configuration following splashdown. It's upright, and the Dragon capsule's in the right configuration for it to be hoisted into the recovery vessel Megan, which you do see a little ways off in your screen approaching. Dragon will continue to remain live on air with you through that recovery process, all the way through the point where the crew is extracted from the Dragon spacecraft. Now, if you are just joining us, the mission has gone smoothly so far. Dragon successfully splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida at 2:57 p.m. Pacific, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon.
Approximately 17 hours prior to splashdown, Dragon autonomously undocked from the International Space Station, completed a series of departure burns, jettisoned its trunk section, and performed its final burn, the deorbit burn. This placed the Dragon spacecraft on a trajectory toward Tallahassee, Florida. Dragon successfully re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, followed by deployment of its parachutes to slow the spacecraft down to a gentle splashdown. We're now going to follow the
Freedom, hypergol sweeps and unfired ordnance checks are nominal. Rigging is in progress.
Honey, I
Approximately
really
25
appreciate
minutes
your
until capsule
knowledge.
lift.
I really do.
Stand by for PMC with SpaceX flight surgeon.
I really do, honey. I appreciate your knowledge.
And so what we did just hear there was communications that those hypergol checks were complete. They didn't find any of that upon those checks, so we'll continue to move through the timeline. Next up is a process called rigging, which you see happening right now on your screen. This is when a SpaceX recovery personnel actually works to climb aboard the capsule and work through procedures ahead of lifting onto the nest of the recovery vessel Megan. We heard it's going to be about 25 minutes or so until that lift actually takes place.
Okay, so we're going to go back over to trial.
Give me
I'm
a
sorry,
minute.
guys. Otherwise, we won't get done today.
Give me a minute. I'm trying to find out about this.
Oh, we'll switch.
Okay.
Diane, I wouldn't ask, but
I know.
all right.
They're indicating that the crew will have the opportunity to do a quick check-in with
Okay,
the
well, it's gonna be
SpaceX
about
flight
20
surgeon.
minutes before
This
they left.
is standard procedure for every Dragon spacecraft when it returns to Earth. It's just an initial check-in, make sure everybody is doing okay. They will also have another check-in with the flight surgeon once they are on board that recovery vessel that you see there in the background. We can now see that SpaceX recovery team member they're on top of the Dragon spacecraft. They are going to be working to install plugs in the Draco thrusters to ensure that none of those, and to ensure that no more hypergolic fumes or vapors come out from the spacecraft. They'll also place harnessing around the spacecraft that are required in order to lift it out of the water. Go ahead, Sandra.
Continuing to get some views of the recovery personnel, both the main recovery vessel Megan, as well as some of those fast boats that we've discussed previously. It looks like just a beautiful day there out off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Weather was pristine. We were able to get undocked from the International Space Station as expected at 10:05 p.m. Pacific time yesterday evening. The Crew Dragon has since completed steps ahead of its splashdown.
No, I just left them a phone.
Stepping through procedures to get Dragon hoisted up onto the Megan recovery vessel and get the crew extracted out of the spacecraft.
Okay, back to the court.
And you did see some of the parachutes that were.
Did you tell them that Fabio tried to resist and you didn't have any wounds afterwards?
I don't remember the conversation. I don't remember the entire conversation.
Did you tell them that if it's in their report?
If it's in there, I must have said it.
Did you tell them that when you came back inside of the house?
I'm going to object. She did not read the entire report.
You can do it then on redirect.
Again, did you tell them that when you came back into the house, you saw that Jaybird had come inside the house?
I don't remember that. I don't remember the conversation, but if they wrote it, I probably said it.
Of course.
And that would be a lie, right? Because there was no Jaybird.
There was no Jaybird.
There was no Jalen. Right?
No.
Correct.
And then you said that Jaybird saw Fabio's bloody body and started to panic. That would be a lie as well, right?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that you saw a bloody towel in a plastic bag in the kitchen sink?
Yes.
Did you tell them that it was one of the towels you used to stop the bleeding that morning?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you grabbed the bloody towel from the sink and looked for bleach to clean up and found vinegar instead?
Something like that. It was bleach or vinegar. There was something to clean it with.
Okay. Did you tell them that you had the towel in your hand as you ran around the house looking for anything that looked valuable?
I think I told him I picked it up and put it in my pocket.
Okay. If I were to tell you that it specifically says you held the towel in your hand as you ran through the house, would that have been true?
No.
Would that have been what you told them?
I don't know. Maybe it was misunderstood or something.
Maybe it was misunderstood.
Maybe.
Either way, it's a lie.
Me having the towel and put it in my pocket? No, that's the truth.
What it says is you held the towel in your hand as you ran through the house. Would that be a lie?
Well, I needed both hands, so I couldn't keep it in my hand like that.
So again, would that be a lie?
Me having it in my hand, it would not be the truth. It wouldn't be accurate.
So it would be a lie.
It wouldn't be accurate.
And you said the plan was for the two of you to run back to where you parked the rental car, right?
Yes.
But rather than run the several blocks, you grabbed the Porsche keys from the kitchen counter, right?
It's not several blocks. It's a long way. But yes,
So if you said several blocks, would that have been another lie?
it's further than several blocks.
So again, that would be another lie that you said.
Inaccurate. That wouldn't be a lie. It's just trying to rehash everything, trying to think of everything.
Again, we talked about the difference between telling the truth and telling a lie last week. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's argument.
Sustained.
Did you tell them the truth or did you lie to them?
I told them the truth on that part.
You told them the truth that you ran back several blocks to the car. That's the
No,
truth.
that wasn't the truth. No, that part wasn't the truth.
And then you told them that you saw the monitor on the kitchen counter, correct?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did you tell them the video box was clearly visible on the cabinet inside the garage?
Once you track the wires, yes.
Which wires were those?
Wires coming from, I guess, from the ceiling. You can't miss them.
Okay. So is there, at some point in the interview or in any of the interviews that you had with the defense, did you tell them about tracking wires?
We never talked about it.
Never.
I don't think so.
So again, that would be a new version that you brought up here on the stand, correct?
I'm gonna allow that.
A new version?
Yes.
Nobody asked, so I gave the information.
Objection, move to strike is non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, would that be a new version that you told on the stand regarding the wires?
Define version for me, so I don't. Please.
Objection, move to strike is non-responsive.
Stricken.
I don't know what it means, so I can't answer that.
A new version, I think, is fairly self-explanatory. It's different from what you've said before.
Okay. Then it is a new version.
And you're saying that there were wires coming out of the ceiling.
I believe they came from, yes. They came from somewhere. You could see the wiring.
You could see wires. We'll find you a picture. Did you tell Mr. Levine and company that you pulled the video box out and threw it in a pillowcase?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Did you tell them that the DVR box was about the size of an old-fashioned cable TV box?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
That would also be a lie, correct?
No, it wouldn't be a lie.
Well, an old-fashioned cable TV box would be much too large to put into a pillowcase, correct?
That's cause for speculation and conclusion.
Sustained.
Showing you Exhibit 7. There's an 18 in the lower left corner. See this?
I see the cabinet.
Yeah. You see any wires coming out of the ceiling or the walls?
There's some
or
wires back
anything
there
of that
somewhere. I see the
nature?
wires. I see the wires, and that was back
Well,
there.
those are the cords that you unhooked
That's
from
what
the
I'm talking
DVR.
about. Those are
But
what I'm
you
talking
said
about.
there were wires that
What do you
went
think
into-
cord is?
You said there were wires coming out of the ceiling, right?
Argumentative.
He did. He did. He is a pathological liar. What has he got to gain? He can do whatever he wants. He's in jail, ass live. Hi, honey boo.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you drove the Porsche away from the house back to where you parked the Versa and Jaybird volunteered to get rid of the Porsche?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
That would be another lie, correct?
Yes.
You
Well,
then
that's physical
told
work
Mr.
putting
Levine
this
and
on
his
y'all.
investigator that was the last time you saw Jaybird, correct?
Yes.
That would be yet another lie, right? Because there was no Jaybird.
No sworn statement. Yes.
No sworn statement.
Correct.
Okay, so that means it's not a lie.
That means it was a lie. That means I can lie because I'm not swearing to any of that.
Got it. And then you said you drove the rental car back to your apartment. Do you remember that?
Probably said, yeah, if it's in there, I said it.
And you said you washed up, got ready for work,
Oh,
right?
Gerald,
Yep.
thank you.
And you said you had no contact with Monica while you're inside
Well,
the
it's
house,
less than
right?
30 minutes and they're on the.
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Okay. And I showed you earlier the message from her at 4:46.
Okay, I just want to show you. Gerald, it's less than 30 minutes and they are crawling all over that thing. But yeah, I would they are crawling all over that thing.
Ada, I got to go. I got to go. I got to go put the dinner. They've cooked it. I got to go put it together.
Oh, God help you.
I know. I love you. When I
Can
find out
keep in
anything,
touch about.
I will. As soon as I know
Love
anything,
you.
I will let you know.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys. So yeah, that's way cool. Back over to court.
And we talked about that was when you were at the Sementilli, on the Sementilli property. Remember that?
I have no idea that message because I didn't have Viber anymore.
Got it. Well, you had it that day because
But
you
not
Vibered her.
then, but not at that time what you're talking about.
It does not mean that any message or call.
Stop it. Counsel, you're testifying now. I won't accept that. If that's an objection, if that's what you're saying, it's overruled.
What was the question again?
You told us earlier that the 4:46 message would have come while you were inside the Sementilli home. Remember, I showed you the time of the video,
Right.
joggers.
Oh, there's dolphins all over the thing. Watch, there's a dolphin there. Look at the dolphins. Look, there's 3 there. Oh my gosh.
Just seeing the recovery team
One down here.
work in tandem to step through each step, or excuse me, to step through
look at all
each
the
operation.
dolphins. I want to go
You know,
swim with
obviously
dolphins.
they're getting quick assists from the honorary part of the recovery team, those dolphins in the water there. Now the recovery team member that is crawling around the Dragon spacecraft. Earlier, we saw a view where it was like a spider monkey pose. We can see that individual now standing in the bucket where the main parachutes were stored while Dragon was on
All right,
orbit.
back to court. That's so
Yes.
cool.
Yes.
That's a bucket list. Swim with the
Did you also tell them that you always needed money?
Love dolphins. Otters, love them too.
Something's taken out of context here. I didn't always need money, but it's always good to have money. So yeah, so I always need money. Yes, I probably said that.
So again, not out of context, you probably said
I don't know where that came out. It just seems like it came from one section to another, so I don't know where that came from. So I probably said it.
There's 7
Did you
dolphins.
also
7.
tell them that
That's cool.
Jalen always needed money, or Jaybird, or Jay?
Beautiful water.
I might have. I probably did. If he wrote it in there, I probably said it.
Did you describe this person, Jaybird or Jay?
I gave a description.
What was the description?
I don't remember.
Did you tell them that he was either brown-skinned or African-American?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that he was, you met him playing basketball?
I did say that.
That the Dragon
Dolphin
capsule
cam.
and
Look
the
at 'em.
recovery vessel, that distance is closing. Again, this is just one more
Sorry.
step as we continue.
Did you tell them that he
This
was
is more
average?
important than court. I mean, more interesting.
I could have said that.
Did you tell them that you met him 1 to 2 years before the murder?
There's 8
I
dolphins.
probably said that.
No.
Did you tell them that you picked him up there or nearby on the day of the murder?
I probably said that.
Would it be fair to say that all of this, again, was a completely manufactured story?
Everything with Jaybird was.
Oh, the dolphin.
Did you
I
ask
miss Flipper.
Monica's lawyers whether they had filed anything to suppress anything?
I don't remember that.
Okay, guys,
You don't
Last
remember
time.
asking them,
I'm going to go back
have they
and I'm
filed
going
to
to show you that
suppress
these are
anything?
dolphins
I can't
swimming,
remember that. I
Gerald.
don't remember that.
Does that sound like
Look.
something?
Dolphins. Dolphins. Look. Like
Water, it will then
dolphins.
move forward, and
Not
the capsule
people.
will be placed inside of what you can see there.
You won't truthfully name the second person.
They are wearing those Normex
Yes,
dive suits,
And I was
though.
right.
The other
correct?
people, those were dolphins.
you were right. That time.
And then did you again tell them that you were telling the truth?
About Jaybird?
Did you
Honey,
again tell Mr.
I
Levine
love
and
your
his
knowledge. Thank
investigator
you.
that you were telling the truth?
I was telling the truth on some parts and not on the others. I don't know which one you're talking about, though.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you are going to tell the truth?
Oh, yes. In trial, I was.
No, in the interview.
Oh, I don't remember. I probably did. I don't know.
And once again, did you go on to lie to them?
I think the dolphins moved on.
I did. I was still trying to hide identity.
At that point, after telling them once again that you were going to tell the truth, did you
Yeah, they
tell them
have a
that you
drone.
had
It's
no
not a
common
helicopter.
friends with Jay?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that Jay has no contact with Monica?
Yes.
Did you tell them that Jay was the lookout?
Yes.
Did you tell them the last time you saw Jay is when he jumped in the Porsche?
Okay, we're going to switch over. They're getting ready to do their
The
thing.
spacecraft up onto the recovery vessel Megan.
So this is
We
just
just saw
stretched
that
out.
hydraulic arm get lowered into the lifting position. That arm will be
It
the
makes
mechanism that is utilized to lift Dragon up
Facing
and
the
out of the
sun.
water and into the nest located there at the aft end of the recovery vessel.
And the recovery vessel being used today is, as we mentioned multiple times, is
As
named
bad
Megan,
as
but
I
that's
feel.
actually after NASA astronaut Megan MacArthur, who flew on Crew 2 a couple of years ago. We're getting
Thank
some
you,
views now
Hannah.
from actually inside the boat.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Gerald,
This
I
view
love
is
that. That would be
straight
freaking
down the
awesome.
recovery vessel. That
I'm going
platform
to
that
go
was
snorkeling
closest
and
to the
swimming
camera,
with
that is
dolphins.
the egress platform.
Freedom rigging is almost
But I want to
complete.
get the full
Approximately
snorkel
5
mask
minutes until
thing,
capsule lift.
not the two-piece. Nah,
Great news there from
my
SpaceX
we
4.
had the full thing. It was cool.
So about 5 minutes left until we see Dragon Freedom get lifted out of the water. That
Are you
hydraulic
keeping
arm,
track
as I
of your
said before, is
promises
the
there,
mechanism
honey?
that will lift it. It's quite swift, actually. The whole process of getting
I'm
the
starting to get real
spacecraft.
Brace for
congested
capsule
again.
lift.
Bracing.
Oh, that is so cool.
There it goes, Dragon Freedom being lifted out of the water and onto our recovery vessel, Megan.
Amazing. I said, Gerald, are you keeping track of all those promises? I'm teasing, honey boo. This is amazing.
So once securely on,
Welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are completing final checks and stand by for translation to the egress platform.
Didn't mean that. I meant that.
Freedom copies.
Great news there, letting us know that Dragon Freedom has been successfully recovered from the water's surface. If you've just joined us, we had an on-time splashdown at 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and we can now see that the water recovery operations are continuing to progress. The nest where the Dragon spacecraft is located is going to
Water's coming out
get
the
moved
bottom, of
forward.
course.
This will happen after one of the recovery crew members does some checks, and we'll also see some hosing. Obviously, the spacecraft splashed down in salt water. Salt water is corrosive, and we want to try and rinse out as much of the salt water as possible to reduce that corrosion on the metallic structures. So we can see some guidance there being provided, really steering the spacecraft properly into the Dragon's nest.
And it's been 30 minutes since Dragon splashed down. And as you can see there,
That's
the
a quick
spacecraft is
recovery.
already on board the recovery vessel Megan. Things continuing to move very smoothly
Do you
today.
see more
throughout the
today,
entire
honey?
operations from
At
the deorbit burn
better during the
up
day?
until this
Put
point
the
as
lighting
well.
on, it's cool at
And
night.
Freedom, it looks like the positioning wasn't quite right, so they are working on repositioning the capsule in the nest now.
Got to get it right. No mistake. No room
And
for
with that, the
error.
team is just going to adjust the Dragon spacecraft a bit so that it's in the right position ahead of translating up a little bit closer ahead of the side hatch. So the team is now going to step through the procedures to ensure that that takes place.
While Dragon
did you
does
like
fly
the
itself
nighttime
autonomously,
or the daytime, honey?
it clearly is unable to park itself autonomously. We want to make sure that the Dragon capsule is properly seated there in that nest.
I think they need to go this way a little more. I got to be honest. I would be so seasick
Once the
from the splashdown.
Dragon is fully seated in the nest, we'll probably see a bunch of that salt water come out from the bucket there located underneath the side hatch.
I
Some
thought we
salt
saw
water
some of that
splash
come out
out. As
already.
I mentioned before, one of the recovery team members will begin hosing down the exterior of the spacecraft.
So you are continuing to get some great live views on your screen of Crew 9, which includes NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, who splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida, 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon.
Still got to go that way
Now
some
working
more.
to get that spacecraft situated in the nest. Just making some final adjustments and tweaks to ensure that it's nice and
And they're
secure.
going that way more. Yep. So right now they're getting the doctors and welcome crew in place. The two who were up there are going to need physical. So, oh yes.
Once the spacecraft
I mean, 9
is
months of no weight
seated
and muscle
secured and
atrophy,
oriented
your bone
correctly in the nest,
denseness
Dragon will be
decreases
moved
1%
into the
each
hangar
month,
located
so
underneath that
9%
helipad
They
that
can
we
break
saw
their
earlier
bones.
from
Heck,
the
their back
aerial
can break.
views during recovery.
They grow, don't they grow about 1 inch to 2 inches
All right,
in
Freedom,
space
looks like
because
you are
there's no
settled into the nest
compression on the
now.
disc?
Team is working through hypergol sweeps.
So welcome to gravity. Y'all are going to be hurt. They're going to be in pain. They really are, and that's sad,
Call out
but it
there
is what
telling
it
us
is.
that the recovery team
I wish this
is
would stay
doing the
where I put
second
it.
round of those hypergolic sweeps. This helps ensure that everyone, all the recovery team members that are located
Honey,
basically
you are
right
very
where this
welcome
camera
here
is located
anytime.
on,
Thank you so
towards the
much for
forward
your
end of the recovery
knowledge.
vessel, that they will all be safe once the
Oh,
spacecraft is
yeah.
translated
Blood work,
forward.
lab work,
So we're just doing
x-rays,
some
the whole 9
additional
yards,
steps to
I'm
make
sure.
sure that the hypergolic propellant that is utilized for maneuvering the Dragon capsule while on orbit, making sure that none of those vapors are still present on the exterior of the capsule.
That's right. And there are a variety of individuals on board the boat that help with recovery operations. Not only do we have the recovery personnel that you see here, but we also have a doctor that will check out the crew members as standard procedure. As with any spacecraft that is returning from space, we always perform a medical check with the crew. So you will see the crew come out of the capsule and be placed on stretchers, just like with the Soyuz landing and with all of our Dragon splashdowns, that is the nominal procedure.
I'm trying not to feel so bad, but it's horrible.
We'll stand by to
Fellow
see
ADHD nerd, we're
Dragon
welcome
Freedom
here.
translate or scooch up a little bit closer to the camera angle that we're seeing right here. And then teams will step through procedures to get that side hatch opened. You see it right in the dead of center of your screen there. It's kind of that rectangular shape. It has not been opened since since Crew 9, which include Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, launched back in September from the Kennedy Space Center in
Thank
Florida.
you.
So that will be the very first time that that hatch is opened. Once docked to the International Space Station, crew enter through the top hatch, which was where the nose cone is now closed. That's the hatch that they actually utilize to go ahead and get inside the International Space Station. So as we get a little closer to that hatch opening procedure, you might start to see more individuals come into frame for some of that support. The ship has a maximum capacity of a little over 40 people on board, and it takes a variety of different roles, as we've discussed, to support. Also on board is the chief of the astronaut office for NASA, that's Joe Acaba.
Now, while we are standing by for translation of the Dragon spacecraft to the platform there, the recovery platform that we see in the foreground, it is important to note that Nick, Sonny, Butch, and Alexander will be getting assistance from the recovery teams while exiting the spacecraft. This is the same process for any returning long-duration crew members. As you could imagine, returning to a gravity environment can wreak havoc on our vestibular system, which is responsible for maintaining balance and motion. Of course, safety is our number one priority with this operation, so we'll see the crew members helped out of the spacecraft one by one, and they will be assisted the few feet to the medical quarters aboard the boat.
And on board Dragon are three veterans space flyers. That includes Nick Hague, the commander, as well as Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. Alexander Gorbanov is completing his very first space flight on this mission, and he completed 171 days in space along with Nick Hague.
For those of you that have just recently joined us, well, I would encourage you to hit that rewind button and go back a few minutes. It was a beautiful splashdown of Dragon Freedom with the Crew 9 cohort on board. They had an on-time splashdown at 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, 2:57 p.m. Pacific Time. We can see that the spacecraft...
Freedom translation is in progress.
Hold on, guys.
Copy and seal it.
We can see that spacecraft was successfully recovered from the ocean surface and is now being washed with fresh water, as obviously they splashed down in salt water. So we're trying to rinse off as much of that salt water as possible. And we can see the spacecraft continuing to move closer and closer to that recovery deck.
Freedom, the crew is working on side hatch opening now. Expect hatch open in about 2 minutes.
Okay, copy that. And Karen, just wanted to say that you guys, you and the team did an awesome job, both uphill and downhill. Just really, really impressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. It's been an honor.
This is a pretty exciting moment coming up. We are working to open the side hatch. One thing that may not be obvious from, just looking at the spacecraft here is that this side hatch that we're about to open, the last time it was open was when this spacecraft was at the launch pad. This side hatch is what is used for initial capsule ingress and final capsule egress, but all comings and goings from the spacecraft while it is on board the space station are from the forward hatch, which is located at the top of the spacecraft under that nose cone. So this is a pretty exciting moment because it will be the crew's first breath of fresh air since boarding their ships at the start of their journeys last year.
And the very first person that will have the opportunity to say hello to the crew once that hatch is open is a SpaceX medical recovery personnel representative. Then we'll see procedures take place to remove the footrests of Dragon. That will just help the recovery personnel get a little bit more room to access the crew and help get them out of the spacecraft.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Safety is, once again, top priority here, and removing those footrests from all 4 seats will be helpful as a recovery, as a SpaceX recovery team member will actually go into the capsule, into Dragon Freedom to help the crew members unbuckle and stand up, and essentially we'll also see a fun little slide be put in place to help the crew members exit the spacecraft safely. So yeah, we're going to remove all 4 of those footrests to basically give a little bit more working room inside the spacecraft.
That's right. And we did hear the go for that hatch opening. So we're just a couple minutes away from being able to see that. And then we might be able to get the chance to see a couple of views inside of the Dragon and see the crew following their splashdown.
Now, opening that side hatch isn't quite like opening the door to your car. We have to depress the seal around the side hatch, as well as, we'll now see them open that side hatch up.
And there you have it. The side hatch is open for the first time since September.
We can see some of the protective equipment there that was brought into frame that will help protect the edge of the side hatch, one from any potential damage. Oh, we can see the recovery crew member there taking photos of the side hatch seal. This is part of the standard operation for recovery. These photos will get saved into our procedure. We'll then install that protective frame around the side hatch. This helps to ensure that the side hatch itself, the edges of it, incur no damage while crew members are coming out from the spacecraft. If you missed it, there was
Sorry, guys,
also
I'm
a
coughing.
recovery team member that went inside. So there are now 5 people on board the Dragon spacecraft.
And if you are just joining us, it has not yet even been an hour since Crew 9 splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time. The crew is now on board the recovery vessel Megan, and the hatch is open. The next major milestone that we'll see is when the crew will actually egress or exit the spacecraft. But before that, they'll continue to, the recovery personnel rather, will continue to install that protective area around the hatch and then remove the footrests. So we're a couple minutes away from seeing the crew egress, but not too long away.
We'll probably see those footrests being handed out here in the near future, as I mentioned before. Oh, of course, we got to get a well-documented photo of the moment. Although we can't see it from here, I'm pretty sure there are 4 smiles on board right now.
And we did hear that report out from the commander, Nick Hague, following splashdown that there were four smiles as far as he could see.
Yeah, capsule full of grins. Now, generally speaking,
and there we do see Crew 9, some happy waves, smiles all around back on Earth.
generally speaking, we have the individuals in the 2 center seats of the spacecraft exit first. You might hear us refer to this as the exit process as egress. It's just another term for exiting the spacecraft. Generally speaking, we most of the time have the 2 center seats egress first, as it makes moving around inside the capsule a little bit easier. We can see the tablets that were previously located on the upper leg of the crew members. We can see those being handed out to the recovery team. Those were taken off prior to the entry phase, to spacecraft reentry. Those had to be stored and secured prior to dynamic operations.
It looks like we are starting to see the footrests also be removed. I just saw one there on the screen. There are 4, of course, 1 for each crew member.
Those footrests are made out of carbon fiber and are actually sized appropriately for each crew member, as everybody has different measurements and different leg lengths. Same goes for the armrests and the bucket length of each seat. We size those appropriately for the crew members and to ensure their comfort and safety. I believe we just saw the little ramp that is used to help slide the crew members out from inside the spacecraft.
And once the crew does exit Dragon Freedom, they will be placed on to a stretcher to go to a medical bay for medical checkouts. This is standard procedure for all Dragon spacecraft flights that splashdown crewed, as well as for our Soyuz spacecraft that land in Kazakhstan.
We could see the exterior of Dragon Freedom quite clearly in this shot, and it's such a beautiful sight. I personally prefer the capsule when it has some of that charring from atmospheric reentry. It is the signature sign of a capsule that has returned to Earth.
Continuing to stand by for our first crew member to egress or exit for Dragon Freedom following their splashdown at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time. Dragon undocked from the International Space Station at 10:05 p.m. Pacific just yesterday, so it was about 17 hours of phasing. And while on board the International Space Station, Crew 9 contributed to 900 hours of science, over 150 research experiments and investigations, making great use of the microgravity lab of the International Space Station, which celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence this November.
Looks like we're about to get our first crew member here upon egress of the Dragon spacecraft.
So we are standing by for that egress. Outside of Dragon, you do see one of those stretchers. This is the expected procedure as the crew will be taken to medical facilities following their exit from Dragon.
Welcome home.
We can see folks on board clapping as our first crew member.
And that is NASA astronaut Nick Hague, commander of Crew 9, now out of Crew Dragon Freedom. Some smiles, thumbs up, and a wave. Can't get any better than that.
Yeah, that is one happy camper.
And his
that's for sure.
family is so happy.
As we said before, it is standard procedure for all of our long duration crew members to receive assistance upon egressing from the spacecraft. We basically help them move off of the recovery deck and into the private medical quarters for their initial consultation with the SpaceX flight surgeon. So we'll see that take place for all 4 of our crew members today.
The last 2, I think, are the ones that are going to, or maybe it was him. And then
And
the
we
woman.
are standing by for the next crew member to exit Freedom.
We'll get back to the Sementilli trial in a minute. Yeah. And you know, his whole family is excited to have him. Hey, when you get technically stranded in space, that's very scary for a family. I mean, they weren't in any major damage. Well, they were danger at some point.
Next up out of the capsule, we expect Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. His first space flight. Spent 171 days in space alongside NASA astronaut Nick Hague.
Looks like we're getting some cheers and clapping on board as Alexander is slid down the little ramp and placed into the mobility aid. Once again, big smile.
Happy to be home.
Now, the 2 crew members remaining in Dragon are NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore. They completed 286 days in space.
One of the remaining footrests being removed from the Dragon spacecraft. As I said before, we generally try to have the crew members that are located in the 2 center seats aboard Dragon. And we like to have them egress first if possible, as it creates a little bit more movable working room inside the spacecraft. There is a recovery crew member inside that is helping all of our Crew 9 crew egress or exit from the spacecraft.
They're standing by for the next crew member to egress or exit Crew Dragon Freedom following the splashdown not even an hour ago at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time. Really have the recovery operations down pretty quick at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to think that, just 5 years ago when we were doing the initial demonstration missions of the Dragon for Crew Dragon, that now we're under about 30 minutes for, to retrieve the spacecraft from the water, and just several minutes here while it's been on board and to get everyone, really to get that side hatch open.
I need to get to him. So
For those of you that have just recently joined, the Dragon had an on-time splashdown. It looks like we're getting our next crew member here. That is none other than Sunny Williams. Big smile, big waves. She, like her other crew members, now will be assisted onto the mobility aid.
There we have it, some waves, some thumbs up, and some smiles.
Definitely seems to be a theme among all recovery operations.
Absolutely. And of course, that leaves NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore inside Dragon in seat 4. We're getting some views of him now as he egresses or exits the spacecraft.
So she will be the last one.
Once again, some elation and cheers there from Butch Wilmore. As we mentioned before, returning to Earth coming from a microgravity environment can wreak havoc on the body. So it is customary
Matt, they didn't
just
want to
standard
say it.
procedure
Matt, come
for
here.
all of our long-term space residents to get assistance once they are back on board the recovery vessel.
Well, now that Nick, Butch, Sunny, and Alexander are safely back home on Earth and getting checked out by the NASA medical team, we're going to wrap up our live coverage of their return. The Crew 9 mission began a little differently than usual since Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams were already aboard the space station when Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbunoff arrived on the Crew 9 spacecraft in September. Having arrived as the crew flight test crew for Starliner, Wilmore and Williams were fully incorporated into the space station's Expedition 72 team and began research and other work aboard the station along with the other crew members. Williams commanded the orbiting laboratory for much of the expedition. After a successful liftoff and separation from Falcon 9, Nick and Alexander made a short flight on board Dragon to the International Space Station. Veterans of long-duration space station missions, both Williams and Wilmore conducted spacewalks during their 9 months in space. Like all crews on the station, Crew 9 had the ability to leave at any point had there been an emergency. With their full duration mission coming to an end, the crew began packing up their personal items for their return to Earth about a week ago and worked through tasks and shared lessons learned with Crew 10 teams as they arrived a few days ago.
Their journey home began about 17 hours ago when they closed the forward hatch to Dragon and undocked from the space station at 10:05 p.m. Pacific, 1:05 a.m. Eastern. After 4 successful departure burns and a phasing burn to line up their orbit, Nick, Butch, Sunny, and Alexander rested for a few hours before waking up to prepare for re-entry this morning. We jettisoned Dragon's trunk and performed our final on-orbit maneuver, the approximately 7.5 minute long.
Did you tell Mr. At any point in time, did you admit to Mr. Levine and his investigator that you had lied to them in all of your prior interviews?
I don't think there were. I
You
don't
don't
remember.
think?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
All right.
To hear any of your own statements?
No,
You did not.
no, I asked to hear Austin's statements.
Okay.
I'm
And
sorry. You mean at the last question?
were you provided with Austin's statements?
No,
None were played for you.
no, no audio was played.
Were any transcripts provided to you?
No, I wasn't just given transcripts.
So you asked, but nothing was given to you regarding Austin.
Eventually, there were a couple of blurbs were read, but not the whole thing. It was like pieces.
I need to keep my promise to the jury. We're going to adjourn at this time till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admission of flags not discuss this case either among yourselves or anyone else before expressing opinion to the cause is fine submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow.
We are done with the Sementilli trial for today. I'm going to go back over here because I didn't see it. There we go. And she is out and home. Yay. Yay, she's home. I don't know what medical condition she was having problems with, but she was. Now they're going to go and get everything done. Okay. So I am going to say so long, farewell. I hate to say goodbye, goodbye. But tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, we're going to be here with Karen Reed. And then we'll go to the Sementilli trial. And I look forward to hopefully my honey boo will be here tomorrow afternoon. Hopefully. Hopefully. So with that, guys, y'all have an amazing day. I'm about done. I just want to say thank you to all of you. Gerald, thank you. One sunny day, honey, 2800. June, all of you. Haley Mouse, K Swan, Trying to find all of you, but there's too many. Although the people on X and on Facebook, thank you so much for joining. Y'all have an amazing day, and we will see you tomorrow. Till then, stay safe.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.